Well, just a few days ago, we sent a few teams home, but now we're going to have to do that all over again. A best-of-5 series between St. Edward's and James Madison University on the docket. But first and foremost, hello, my name is McCormiel. With me is Cash, as always, and you're watching the NA Star League playoffs for the spring 2023 season. Amber, it's been a fun year so far. Unfortunately, we did have to say goodbye to a few teams, including Wichita State, which we thought could be a shocker in a matchup versus St. Clair later on in the bracket. But once again, we're talking about a series that is to potentially face up against a Northwood roster here in a best-of-5s. We'll take a look at our schedule.
Absolutely the case. Again, excited to dive in with these teams. As you said, St. Edward and James Madison, a really exciting matchup for us here. And then, like you said, down the line, it only gets mixier. It only gets, that much more challenging given who you think. The topper, at this point, top and bottom side of the bracket are really shaping up to be quite the grueler to even get to the grand finals. So really excited to see, starting with this today, who kind of punches their ticket into that round of 4.
Absolutely. As we take a look here, though, 2, 3, 4, and then a little later on at 6 Eastern. That is the times, if you're not familiar with the 24-hour clock or military time. That is what you're looking at right there. So this is the only COD match here today. After that, we'll switch gears into a little Rocket League and some other things later down the line. That being said, we'll take a look here at our map set for this best-of-5 series between St. Edward's and James Madison University. Embassy to start things off gives us a good gauge on how the series will go, a good pick in by James Madison, but you'll see those 3 maps in the middle picked by St. Edward's, an El Asilo Search and Destroy, a Hotel Control, and a Fortress Hardpoint, which will, of course, be our guaranteed map set after 3. Well, it's up in the air, and we'll see what's good with it. But, this is kind of a match that we pinned James Madison as an underdog, but in a slight way, because we've seen them be extremely good throughout this whole year. We haven't seen St. Edward's on broadcast, but we know how good this roster is. Not only from just different POVs, but again, this has been a team that at least a core 3 has been together for quite some time. And of course, you have to look to Andrew Relk, that big guy, team captain, leader for that team. Really just a good voice in the headset of everybody else that is going to give a good level head on shoulders and a great slang boost as well.
Absolutely the case. And even just talking about these maps, but these teams specifically, I'm really going to put focus on, of course, you're highlighting those players who we need to watch out for. And again, for James Madison, you think on the other side, T-Web, Prey, 2 players in the slang column who can go toe-to-toe with the best in the collegiate scene right now. So lots on the line as far as the players are concerned. But as far as these maps go, I'm really looking ahead at map 2 and how good that's going to be for both these teams, which again, we'll dive into rosters and kind of break things down a little bit as far as players and individuals go, but excited to touch on some of the implications just this early on in the series that map is going to have.
Yeah, absolutely. As we take a look at our rosters, though, what you'll see from SCU is a colorful, good team across the board. You've got Relk in there, Kruk, Fiasco, as well as Combat. Again, Relk, Kruk, and Fiasco, a team that has played, has some good chemistry in there. You add Combat into the mix, you give another great boost in slang, as well as overall performance for the St. Edward's team. And really, the only thing that we have to look for in St. Edward's is how are the Hilltoppers going to be able to step up over the barrier that is not allowed them to get to the big dance. They've wanted to get to a grand finals for a long time, whether that be in NACE or a different collegiate league. They've been floating around a fringe top 8 team in every collegiate league that they've played in. The problem is they just don't have what it takes, it seems at times, to be able to finally break through those gates and get to the promised land. This is a match where they can go ahead, face Northwood, control their own destiny, but James Madison's going to have some bounce back on the opposite side. Prey, T-Web, Poker, Kelp. Again, Cash, alluding to both of those players of Prey and T-Web who have been so good throughout the whole year. I just think that the conversation has to take the turn that we all know it's coming. Kelp has been an outlier in this team, and he needs to be put in a good position in the series if James Madison want a chance against the Hilltoppers.
Absolutely so. I mean, from top to bottom, again, both of these teams are stacked as far as you would like them to go. And like you said, for St. Edward's, you're really trying to push yourself beyond that barrier that has kind of kept you from that round of 4, from that grand finals appearance. And against a team like James Madison, who have had kind of those heavy hitters in T-Web and Prey, definitely something that, again, the better team is going to have to show up and play better COD today if they want to walk away with it. You highlighted Kelp slightly, talking just about how, consistency is the name of the game for him tonight. Again, his teammates putting him in positions to find success. All of them getting comfortable as early as possible, because as much as St. Edward's, and you even talked, it's a razor thin margin as far as who's better on paper, between these two teams. Whoever gets comfortable early on the map and really kind of looks like they have control of the game, I think that's definitely going to bode well for these squads. And just to dive into that search and destroy I was alluding to earlier, map 2 is going to mean a lot for both of these teams. I mean, you look at it, at least for the side of St. Edward, the 4 maps you've lost this year, 2 of them were search and destroys. You've had a
Yep.
couple of, or your last 2 search and destroys in map 2 have gone to around 11. So you've been pushed to limit the last couple of map or games you've played. And then on the same token for JMU, it's the same thing where, look, going into this one, it's going to be influential for you. Why? Because in your 2 matches against Davenport, your 2 game 5s that you've played this entire year, you played 4 searches out of that, obviously, and you only won 1 of them, and that was a game 5
Yep.
at one point to take the first series whenever you played them in the regular season against Davenport. So the map 2 is influential because, again, St. Edward has been pushed the distance as of late in 2 round 11s in their last 2 games. And for James Madison, they haven't been the most consistent at winning their search and destroys, let alone their maps 2s. Whenever they've been pushed the distance, it really comes down to can they clutch up in that game 5. But whoever takes
Yep.
this map 2, I think really puts themselves at a good point in the series.
Oh, absolutely. St. Edwards has never been a team that I look at and say respawn is their, or excuse me, search and destroy is their only prowess. It's their downfall. It is. Every single time that we've seen St. Edwards, it has been their downfall, and that is why it is hard for them at times to be able to get over that hurdle. They're a phenomenal respawn team. Hard points, I'm not worried about. Control, I'm not worried about. But the search and destroys do give a little cause for concern in there. But again, on the opposite side, you have the same thing. So for James Madison, yes. There have been struggles throughout the year in the search and destroy mode. The one thing that I do think mitigates that, though, is if Kelp can have a good series. And I don't want to like bring this up as like the most important point for James Madison as a roster, because you're going to get a good performance out of guys like Prey, out of T-Web. Poker is going to be a great supplemental AR to put up alongside T-Web in a long series that is probably going to play out in a grind them out, grind your gears type series. And if you're able to overcome those different things, be able to get those core 3 going, that allows Kelp to get into position, because he's going to be that supplemental AR to Prey. You know that Prey's going to be trying to fly around the map as quickly as he possibly can. He's a very aggressive submachine gun player that takes the Vaznev into those gunfights that you probably don't think he wins or should win.
Yeah.
And he comes out on top of them. So that's going to be the big thing. Word to Haggy, guy thought he was cheating earlier on in the year. I know he's not. No, he's not. We know he's not. But the guy's different, and he's been quite good throughout the Modern Warfare 2 season, and I think that does give James Madison that edge that it's going to not be an element of surprise, but I think that it's going to cause a lot of disruption in how St. Edwards is going to try to play around the map, because they're going to be forced to try and shut one player down, while, you know, in the back mind, you have to think that's sitting on the back burner. Help might be able to tee up because of that.
Yeah, and again, I've talked about it a lot this postseason, and I'm still going to continue kind of driving this overarching storyline of, I think the intangibles are going to be a huge factor. Again, you look at some of these teams, I mean, we're whittling down to the best of the best. Top 8 is already, you know, getting to the best of the best here.
Yeah.
And so for me, the intangibles coming with your leaders on each team, right? You think of T-Web, you think of Prey, you think of those players, and again, the same thing out of Relic, as you were talking about for St. Edwards. Who can, if something's going wrong, who can look, let's refocus, let's rally the troops, let's get back to our game plan. And if things are going right, who keeps them level headed and says, okay, that was a big play, that was a huge hard point, huge search and destroy round 11 to clutch up, but let's bring it down to earth, let's stay cool, calm, collected. Who can ride the series like this and maybe take their highs where they get them, and not let the lows dip them too low. So again, things that don't show up on the scoreboard, I think that's been an interesting talking point this postseason between these stellar teams. And that's going to continue to be something today that you'll see where, you know, you can't let one big play, you know, buff you up too big and all of a sudden you get knocked down, and you can't let a play that you give up be something that tears you down again. This mental fortitude is something so important for these teams. And specifically talking St. Edward, right, a team who has always eluded kind of that, as you said, that big dance, that final dance. It's something where, can you stay level-headed? Can you keep focused and do what you need to do in order to walk out of here, you know, with the map win, with the series win, whatever the case may be? I think that's going to be critical for both teams here today.
And let's just hard point to start us off here. St. Edwards going to be on the left-hand side. Actually, the names are going to be flipped up at the top. So it is going to be James Madison on the left, St. Edwards on the right side. Colors are correct. Purple in Kelp, the first one up for a gunfight to challenge to the middle map. But the hard point now being locked down by the side of St. Edwards. Good shots from T-Web up above is going to clear things out for now. So first 20 seconds of time. There's about 11 to the side of St. Edwards on the opposite end. James Madison looking for the bounce back and a break.
James Madison looks in map control, like you said, trying to answer back with a bit of points of their own. A fight going down around P4 between a couple of players to try to influence those P2 spawns. 25 per second, so those will still be up for grabs for quite a bit. But St. Edwards still putting emphasis on mid-map, getting control and getting early time when they can. Again, for both the teams, we cannot stress and overstate the importance enough of every second of hard points are going to matter. Every decision in search and destroy going to matter. It's just going to be so critical for these players to, again, play with their head screwed on, right, head on their shoulders. This is a huge moment for them to be able to step up and perform in, given who they could be facing in the next round, winner of OTSU and Northwoods. So much importance on making the right decision, making the right play here today. And as you can see, P2 very much up for grabs, very much playing scrappy, and both teams showing they win it.
Good plays in the backline from James Madison set them up for the initial time here. St. Edward's looking for a break, but those purple arrows festering around P2 are going to be good, at least for now. It's the first 10 seconds that go their way, but St. Edward's gets the close spawn on the left side of the map. They break back in. Prey starts to march his way forward. Shots were good onto the first, but Nate Fiasco is going to be there in the backline as well. Poker jump challenge around the corner, and as quickly as St. Edward's were able to break in, guess who's back in town? It's James Madison, and they'll set up for the last 25 seconds of P2.
St. Edward's looking to get out. At a P3 rotation early. Prey going to be at least trying to make some noise on this top side of the map, but Relk has an idea that he's here. Who's going to get better timing? Answer will be Prey wins that gunfight. Already out to 6-3. Poker out to 8-3 as well. Again, talking about the supplemental players tonight and the role that they'll play. Poker being out to 8-3 with all of their hill time essentially is definitely a great way to get things started. St. Edward's now in a 30-point deficit are going to look to bounce back here on a big one kill.
Relk shots onto one are going to be good. He starts to go ahead, make his way around the map. Kill there from combat is going to be in. Now Kruk up the staircase with 4 HP is going to be forced to challenge James Madison. They have the advantage up here. They have the numbers. They don't have the hill time, but as I say that, across from the catwalk, the reinforcements are in, and now Relk is going to be forced to gunfight out the door. Challenge around the right side corner. Kelp is there. Combat, Fiasco go ahead and pair themselves a few kills. Jump shots up are good, but on the staircase, T-Web is here to try and save the day. Still multiple numbers here from St. Edward's, and the challenge from combat should give them the last few seconds. Trophy system destroyed, and James Madison just looking from across the land, trying to go ahead and maybe contest for the last 20.
Maybe give it a contest, and Prey is going to win that. Goes hunting and gets rewarded for it. Now his teammates can continue to get out on rotation as he is locking down the scrap time. Everyone for St. Edward's working through this bottom side of the map, trying to work their way to influence and get those back spawns for P4. But it's James Madison out on rotation once again, and the scoreline favoring them early on for it as they look to lock down the first part of P4. A few numbers in the back, though. They'll need to take some gunfights, and now it's going to be a 1v1 on the site.
I mean, we talked about it. Prey has been so good. 13-5 on a 4 spree here. 78 and counting here for James Madison as the line continues to tick forward. Prey shots out to the tennis court. Might have been able to find the 6th, but no. Shut down for now. Streaks off the board, but James Madison still grueling here inside of P4. SCU spawning all the way across the map. They're going to have to try and march their way back in through the front door, but T-Web in the main AR is here. He's able to find 2. Poker, we talked about that supplemental AR role that he plays with T-Web. He's able to shut down another through the front, and with 25 seconds left, it's been a full 40 seconds here from James Madison. St. Edward's have not been able to find themselves really a kill and or momentum around the map.
Absolutely. I mean, they're reeling at this point. The Hilltoppers trying to find any semblance of shape at P5, where, once again, opportunity for a Money Hill to arise. They need to make a stand and hold off this first wave of push as T-Web simply carving his way through catwalk, trying to find his way down and then opening for the team. Everyone is doing what they need to for the side of James Madison. I mean, looking at Kelp, right, 7-7, but 118 in the Hill has all of their points for this game. This is exactly what you needed him to do. Step up in the OBJ role, be in great positions to trade out his teammates, and he is doing just that. Now, James Madison, if they weren't the last hill, they are flying and frying here.
I'm glad you pointed that out, but the break is in. Prey, good trade onto the teammate, uses T-Web as bait. Now can sit down and wait for the onslaught of St. Edward's players starting to make their way forward and back to the hard point. Kruk going to be on the outside first, though. Not going to look to push in just yet, but as T-Web and Poker make quick work of 2, it's another kill that comes in for James Madison, and all 4 go down. St. Edward's are lost on this embassy map. James Madison have put them in the blender here on this kitchen hardpoint.
It's not, there's no ability to trade, there's no ability to get out on rotation, but again, when you can't find a kill, it makes it harder to hold down portions of the map. James Madison imposing their will here to the first set of rotations on Embassy. They're going to have themselves a 145 point lead when it's all said and done as we step out this door to kick off the second set of rotations. And for St. Edward's, you're already staring down the barrel of being your last opportunities to try to find shape here and to try to get any kind of semblance going.
Nobody positive, nobody even near even on St. Edward's right now. And that's the big talk of the town right now. James Madison being able to force the Hilltoppers into positions that we didn't think were going to be possible inside of this series. If you would have told me that it would have been a 130-point lead early on after the first 5 hard points inside of this embassy, well, I would have called you crazy. St. Edward's are a great team, but nobody's been able to start teeing up just yet. And every time there's a few kills that come in from St. Edward's, everybody comes back and they close the door. Prey a 3-piece up to 20-9, 55 seconds and counting. And now it's on St. Edward's to try and be able to find their way back around the map. Great timing for Kelp, gives him another kill. He hops out the doorway into P2 as well. They've gotten themselves the spawns on the rotation, and they're locking down the middle of the map. This is a blender that SCU are in, but right now, absolutely perfect.
And the last 5-6 kills have come by way of individual gunfights out of St. Edwards. It looks like 4 individuals on the map, and for the opposition, James Madison looked like 1 unit of 4, moving around, influencing spawns, collapsing on a break to try to get an opening for themselves. And again, they're being handsomely rewarded for it. Now about to eclipse the 200-point mark. Could literally 50-60-point club St. Edwards here in map 1 in our first round of 8 matchup. And it is just a day and night difference. Like you said, I was not expecting this, but the way everyone has turned up for James Madison here, you can tell they're trying to punch their ticket into the round of 4.
And guess what? We asked help to be the person to step up for James Madison. He's on 6, now 7 in a row. He's got streaks to use. Still a minute 19 in the hill, and James Madison continuing to fry. 2 HP, Fiasco will be forced to back off. Congestion in the point. Prey makes snappy work of it. A second one through the doorway with 4 HP. Prey makes him go down as well. 2 streaks to use from James Madison. 3 in a row from Prey. Trying to close things out here. 15 seconds. Still have to rotate over towards the next hard point, but guess what? Numbers once again favor James Madison. Fiasco finally getting himself a few kills, but at 13 and 22 and only 60 seconds now for St. Edwards to be able to claim for themselves. James Madison once again have the numbers on rotation. They've broken in, and they should be able to close out here.
25 seconds and dwindling for them. St. Edwards doing anything they can to scrounge any kind of points on the board they're willing to take. James Madison giving them no such opening. The dogs having their way with the Hilltoppers here, marching their way forward, looking to find these cutoff points, and being 15 seconds away. I mean, there's just a gunfight they just aren't taking. James Madison are really trying everything around the map at this point, and for St. Edwards, you're doing any kind of damage control you can. It is most definitely too little too late at this point. You're really just trying not to get clubbed as bad after this opening map, but that'll set up a conversation for a later time. For now, St. Edwards are in. They're garnering some time, but you can already tell James Madison, they're going to put him in some rotation because they don't even need this.
Yep, get your guns warm. Try to find any momentum you can to into the search and destroy, because right now everything has fallen apart for you. St. Edwards, 1 player left inside of the hard point. Poker out on the rotation. Streak gets invested as well. They won't push in for the hill. They'll just go ahead and hold themselves by P4. Prey trying to hold himself in the middle of the map. 30 and 14. Leads the team, leads the lobby, and has the most objective time out of anybody on either of these 2 squads. 10 seconds left. Combat, the only one close to make this contestation towards the point. He'll be there, but 3 kills once again go James Madison's way. 1 HP left alive, sits in the corner, forces one to back off for a moment, but as Prey hops into the right corner, snap is going to be good, and with 7 seconds left and no bodies across the map, St. Edwards, they can kiss this embassy goodbye, because James Madison, they have fried all the way through, and they'll take map 1 in this shutout series.
Unreal, electric, amazing, never before seen. I mean, put the Lady Gaga gif right on my screen, because this is brilliant show-stopping work out of James Madison after 1 map. Again, so early in the season, or excuse me, in the series. And for James Madison to come out and make a statement like this, the point I was trying to bring up earlier that now we can finally discuss after we have a look at the scoreboard is just that this comes to those, that leader, right? Relk, you had a fairly slow game, 9 seconds of hill time, 20 and 23 performance. How do you rally the troops after really a map 1 beating like that? This is where this conversation is already being had in the series for them. And then for James Madison, you're going to ride that confidence, but make sure it doesn't take you too high, because both map 2 for both of you guys have not been friendly.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting kind of matchup. I know you didn't expect it. I didn't expect it to be as one-sided as it was. But hey, congratulations to James Madison. You just made quick work of this opposite roster. So now as we look forward and continue to kind of see how the lay of the land of this series takes shape, really, I struggle to find any place where you know, James Madison faltered in that first map. They played it perfect from start to finish. But now it's on SCU to make those changes, make those adjustments, and be able to, you know, fight this 3-headed, 4-headed beast head on. There's not much that you're going to be able to do except start winning those individual gunfights around the map. Maybe put yourselves in good positions for trades. But I mean, it's the most basic stuff we can say in Call of Duty. But that's all that matters right now after a thrashing.
Yeah, I know it really is. James Madison, everything right, like you had said. Again, there's no better way you could overstate. I mean, if you just watch that hard point, there's nothing left to say about what was done. All 4 players showed up there, and that's what we really hadn't seen of James Madison entire year. We've seen them win dominant series, we've seen them play really well, but to see all 4 players perform like that, the scoreline isn't shocking because of how good all 4 of these players are. I mean, against the St. Edwards team, sure, you can be like, wow, like, you know, you beat a team like that who is, you talked about it, they are a very respawn heavy hitting team, the Hilltoppers are. And so when James Madison, when all of the pieces are coming together the way that they just did in map 1, yeah, I'm not shocked with a scoreline like that. It's still just as impressive, but again, map 2 is going to be one where you got to keep your focus. You really could drive a nail that maybe could take all of the wind out of St. Edwards with a good map 2 win and put you on, the cusp of closing it out in 3 potentially. You'll never be able to count the St. Edwards team out, but again, keep them reeling, keep them on the back foot, and keep doing what you're doing today, because so far this afternoon, I don't know if it was in your Cheerios or what, but you're looking like a really sharp team today.
Oh, they are, and I think that's kind of speaks volume an attestation to what they have been able to do throughout the entire year. At the beginning of the season, you and I got a couple good looks at this team early on inside of NACE. We didn't know really what to expect at a James Madison. We kind of looked at this team early on and we're like, okay, they're beating the teams that they're probably supposed to be beat. We kind of have a good gauge on them, and as week 4, week 5 came around, we started to say, okay, they're beating some pretty good teams, and it was pretty convincing as well. That's when we kind of started to say, okay, well, it's beginning of the season, but this is kind of looking like a sleeper team still. Might be able to make some waves later on in the year. Now we're here at the end in the playoffs in the round of 8. This is win or go home. If you guys are new to the actual formatting of our bracket here, this is a single elimination bracket. There's no double elim. You lose a series, you're gone. The winner, of course, moves on to top 4. But this is a team that started out as a sleeper team where we thought they could be maybe a dark horse, and now they're an upset alert machine on pretty much every team that they go up against. It's still going to be a difficult challenge, even if they play up against, like, say, Northwood in the next round. But regardless, I think there's a lot to be proud of with this team. But again, job's not finished. They're not done here yet. They've still got multiple maps that they're going to have to win in this series. And St. Edwards is going to bounce back. They're going to have enough bite to go ahead and supplement the bark that they had early on before this game started.
Absolutely the case. Again, I have no doubt that St. Edwards formulated a response here in map 2 and really try to bounce back. And like you said, this is one of their pick maps, so it's one that they feel comfortable on. It's going to be an LSC low where, again, they're going to have a strat coming this, as all teams do at this point in the year. But yeah, we definitely hyped up and we're chatting about James Madison and how impressive that map 1 was. No, we didn't try to make the series sound doom and gloom like it's over yet. That was just one map. It was just that impressive of a map 1. So here on map 2, I want to see early signs of St. Edwards setting again themselves up for success. Get yourself in positions where you're tradable. Make sure you're calming clearly and not letting anyone go unchecked on the flanks, or any of those power positions don't get blooded. And T-Web, I'm assuming with a sniper, they would get the first blood. Kelp getting aggressive, getting in the mix. You love to see it for this team. They're already out to a man advantage.
It's been nice to see him getting invested and getting involved early on, and here's no surprise. Poker playing out towards the radio station side, whether it's a search and destroy, a control round, whatever it may be. This is a position that he always puts himself in here on El Asilo. Pretty sure they got some good information that he might be up in the top. Their shots are good out of Kruk onto Poker, so that'll force things into a 1 versus 2. So you get the isolated gunfight you needed. Bit more time here left in the round, and with just a few seconds left, though, on the back flank on the top terrace aspect of the map, it's going to be St. Edwards, who unfortunately falter in the first round. James Madison continue to roll.
T-Web with the sniper finds 3 in the round to open things up. And how effective has he been the entire year in search and destroy with a sniper rifle in hand? You put out numbers like that, let alone in round 1, and expect him to be feeling himself going forward. St. Edwards need to look to play around that, find ways to close distance on the map and make those gunfights a bit harder for him. Don't just walk into one of those easier lines of sight to challenge. Find a way to make him ineffective, make him pull out a different gun, and then look to play around that.
Ruck looks to get aggressive in the middle of the map here. Doesn't hop directly into the bomb site. Wants to push his way forward into the pool side of things. Unfortunately for St. Edwards, they don't realize that this is going to be a full-fledged B hit out here. Poker gets some good information with the audio cue of the door opening up in from behind. First blood goes to James Madison yet again, and Relk up top will be forced to back all the way off. They still don't realize that they have another player in combat trying to make another flank around, but as Fiasco tries to get aggressive on the bomb site, he unfortunately will get cut down, so that should be the bomb down and everything else that goes along with it. 2 versus 4 on a retake here from St. Edwards, where combat's still on the back line.
Trying to get good timing on T-Web. I mean, again, the idea is right. Close distance on the sniper, get him out of position, that's great. T-Web still's able to snap. Wait. I know we didn't have the kill on feed, but I was watching the kill feed, and T-Web killed him with the sniper with a quick little 180, so I'm going to just let my brain kind of fill in the blanks there. An unlucky turn on is what I'm going to guess. What happened there. But again, the idea was sound, right? Trying to close distance, it just sucks because, you're getting blooded and you're finding yourselves in man disadvantages with the clock running against you because they got a quick B plan. I mean, the snowball continues to build for James Madison in favor of this aggressive, stout gameplay that, again, through 2 rounds, through map 1, they don't have an answer for this yet.
They can bounce back here. Second time they'll be on offense here in the game. You don't want to allow that third round to go to James Madison. That's when the snowball effect starts, and that's where things really start to get out of hand. Yaska will play behind the bar. Snake the head glitch here for just a moment, seeing if anybody from JMU want to get a bit aggressive in towards the site. But for now, the Hilltoppers here on offense will play a bit more passive. Don't realize that 2 players are on this A site, so Combat will have an aggressive challenge to go ahead and take care of. But it's Kelp and Poker prepare for 2 already in the round, and all of a sudden, St. Edwards in the same spot that they were in beforehand. A 1 versus 4. This time it's for Relk, the team captain. Problem is I don't really think he's going to be afforded any isolated 1 versus 1s. They make quick work. It's a flawless round for James Madison, and they continue to steamroll here. 3 rounds go their way in the S&D.
And you and I love to chat about kind of this 3-round snowballing effect, right? Where this is where you kind of say a team's rolling, right? You get back to the original side of the bomb you started on. That was a defensive round for James Madison, where St. Edwards, you're expecting at this point, okay, round 1, yeah, we need to do this, or we need to adjust this slightly and see if they can give a better showing. No, it is still James Madison running it up the gut, getting a first blood once again, and just imposing their will around the map. St. Edwards not showing any signs of adjustment, and like you said, not really giving much room for it, right? The way James Madison is flying at them right now, they don't have too much say. I'd like to see them slow play this, maybe look to get a pick instead of getting blooded, or at least be able to trade it. But it's going to be aggressive towards A. It's going to be T-Web connecting for a first blood once again, and James Madison already in this A site.
Good shots in from Combat, though. Gets in behind 1. Nade going to be stuck down onto the bomb site. Not going to be able to find the information just yet. Aggressive push forward. Gets... dude, 1 HP is nuts to stay alive with. Regardless, Kelp at 5-0. Needs to stay alive here in the bomb site. Will be able to make quick work of 1. Tries to go ahead and find himself a second, but as he lays down on the bomb, St. Edwards will collapse on the site, but the damage has been done. Kelp gets himself a streak. Continues to keep himself rolling from the first hard point, and now for St. Edwards, sure, you get yourselves a round on the board, but is it too little too late? Once again, I don't want to be too quick to jump the gun on that, but it's definitely going to be a bit submissible.
So just need to see that consistency out of them to be able to bounce back and continue to chip away at this. Back to the offensive side, where they've yet to find success through 4 rounds. We'll see what they're able to do here, if they formulate a change, if they like to play things a little bit differently. For now, giving this a sprint into warehouse, looking to try to find an opening. And again, I'm looking at T-Web, who's already taken cell tower position, and he might catch a couple people out here.
Ruck will back off. Poker looking up over the top. Terrace to see if anybody's going to be over towards the B site. Nothing pushed out just yet. Also watching lane. You can also see T-Web with the sniper just trying to work over towards this A control site. A lot of action usually does take place here in Search and Destroy. Relk across the top. Poker, good shots. And nothing coming out just yet to be able to bounce back. Still 3-3 we stand, but as T-Web's able to find one there with the AR in hand, things once again turn sour for St. Edwards.
No site control. I'm really until you can get prey out of this position. I mean, good luck. You also have a sniper as well, so that's going to limit your play inside, limit your mobility. You're hoping Fiasco can go big here. He's going to open the door and, well, going to be greeted with a warm welcome of prey. Able to find that kill. Bomb going to be down, and now James Madison will look to play around that. Rope, last player with sniper in hand. Good luck finding this one, but with that clock now less than 30 seconds, you're just trying to do anything he can, maybe trying to get a couple kills here, just to at least soften this push.
No one. T-Web on the left here, that isolates 1v1, but T-Web spots him out first, gets the good timing. Information goes the way of James Madison and St. Edwards. After they get themselves a round on the board, it's another flawless round from James Madison. Once again, puts a damper on things.
Great performances so far. Can't say highly enough of how James Madison is playing as a collective, right? Again, individually, sure, Prey had a great map 1, but everyone had a great map 1 here. T-Web really starting to get things going, but Kelp out to an impressive 7-2. Again, I know we generally have called out the inconsistency of Kelp because, you know, it felt like that was hindering this team's ceiling. Here's the flowers for Kelp now that he's showing up, right? That out to 7-2, this is what the team needed, and this is the capacity they can play at. When he is feeling himself, feeling confident in his own gameplay with his teammates, I mean, this is what James Madison can do. You club a team in map 1, you're only 2 rounds away from closing out of map 2, and you're leading the way for your squad. This is a well-oiled, well-functioning James Madison machine.
Oh, I thought the mantle might have cost Combat his life there. He's at least able to find one before the trade comes in. James Madison on the B site will get that bomb down. And you also have T-Web in the back line trying to overlook with a sniper. You got 2 snipers on the map, 1 for each team. And a Vaznev up close here from Kelp, who's just inside of the bomb site, waiting for a door to potentially be opened up into. And of course, he doesn't know that anybody's going to be coming in from the doorway side because he's got his teammate overlooking the top. Relk gonna open the door. Kelp repositions himself inside of the site, and Ruck will go ahead on the chase. Shots are going to be good in from the pistol, but a nade is going to back off Ruck for the time being. Just 20 seconds left here in the round. T-Web has started to make himself up. He's marched in, spot the head of one, now can reposition himself all the way back to the back line, and it's going to be Kruk forced on the chase. Pistol over towards the left, gets good timing, snaps back on the right, and James Madison is rolling again. 5-1 here in the S&D on match point here in the search and destroy, looking to be on series point in just a moment.
Pick a facet of this game, and it is going the way of the Bulldogs. I mean, again, objective play, they have found success, consecutive rounds at this B bomb site. St. Edward's got the first blood in that round. It was, you know, a 3-2 man advantage. They got bombed down, played around that, and were able to close out the round. Whether they're backed in a corner, whether they're given some pushback, like we said St. Edward's might do, it has not been enough pushback. It feels like a David and Goliath here in this one, between two teams that maybe should be playing more toe-to-toe. James Madison giving a lights-out performance here.
Rest of this time on offense, will they push out a billiards carelessly? Answer, at least for now, no. It's at least a double challenge, but T-Web, sniper, opening kill yet again for James Madison. 3 versus 4 on the back foot here. Kelp goes ahead and pairs another. 8-3 for him. T-Web's 9-1 here in this S&D. 5 in a row. Just 2 more kills need to go their way for them to take it.
Very lying in wait. Kelp will combine. Or excuse me, he will hit with the cruise. Now with 1 player left standing, I mean, you're just going to sniff out this kill. The information was given. The team's going to collapse. And boy, are we going to have quite the conversation getting back to the desk about really about how the series is shaping up. Shaping up and looking to conclude, unfortunately. But hey, again, we never know. We'll save that conversation for now. Still an opportunity for fiasco against all odds with bomb in hand. Maybe the only fortunate thing about it, but you've got to run in and try to win one of these gunfights here.
He's moved around the corner. Challenge going to be good for him. He'll run back out the door, tries to find the second, but it's guess who? It's Kelp there. Did you think that Kelp was going to top frag in the S&D? I sure as hell didn't. James Madison, 6-1. Series point now going into a control, which could knock St. Edward's out of contention here in the A-Star League playoffs.
I mean, 10-3. Over triple positive. He does. Put him down sick dog style too. Where'd the McCorn meal?
Oh no.
I mean,
boy.
They won first bloods every round but one. And even then, they won that round. They only dropped the 1 round that they had gotten first blood in when St. Edward's made that early retaliation. But I'm really, you know, call me an L analyst. I don't have much to say apart from St. Edward's shoot back, and James Madison is just steamrolling. You know, it's just they're not in positions to trade. They're not taking up space on the map to give themselves good avenues to open up things on the offensive side of the bomb, or maybe look to retake successfully, because why they're getting blooded. Again, it's not just one thing in particular for St. Edward's that's going wrong. It is a laundry list of things that all kind of come to the collective of how your gameplay is going to go. It's getting blooded. It's, you know, not being in positions to trade. It's not taking up space on the map. It's not being able to find these kills. So many different things all working to a collective glaring problem of James Madison are running it in every single column, and you need to find a way to take back a couple of those, because, well, you're gonna have to reverse sweep to take this series now and to stay alive in the playoffs.
Yeah, I feel bad too, because like James Madison, you know, their first map was the hard point pick. St. Edward's has all 3 of these maps in the middle, between the caster pick sandwich. And so, you know, I guess the big kind of glaring aspect here is that St. Edward's lose 1-6 on their search and destroy pick map where they felt the most comfortable. So yeah, there's a lot to uncover here. We'll talk about the control when we come back from a short break. Don't go too far. Then A-Star League playoffs will continue in a potential 3-0 on the opposite side. Oh, the 2023 NA Star League playoffs have been quite eventful here thus far. This series, though, quite the opposite of what we were framing up to be as an eventful series. St. Edwards have not looked their best in the series, we'll just say that. But there's still time for them to be able to bounce back here. But a reverse sweep will have to happen if they want to stay alive inside of the playoffs. But more importantly, it'll all start here on the control. Yeah. Amber, we have a few and far between points that we can really make here about St. Edwards, except the fact that, well, they need to shoot better and they need to be able to play just a bit better around the map. This is a map on a hotel control where they can do that, but James Madison has been very dangerous on this as well. So this is where things really start to get moving here for this JMU side of things. But for St. Edwards on an offensive push here, they're going to go over towards the B side first. 2-2 split here on defense. First gunfight is going to be good for Rel. Combat gets another, and now James Madison forced to be able to bounce back. That's the middle of the map locked down. One more gunfight. You're looking at a 4 down. 2 players on the stack of B.
Mid-map control, so not letting them push through check-in to try to wrap back towards the site. And like you said, you had 2 players stacked on B, 3 aims out, ready to try to take some of these gunfights. Already 2 ticks of progress in, and this is the sign of life we need to see from St. Edwards. This is a great, successful B push off their first one. They're looking to close out B here, barring any last-second pushes, but a bit too late out of James Madison. And for the Hilltoppers, finally something positive, finally a breath of air they can take. And now as they're finding these kills as they work across the map, I mean, already strong showing here, just having dropped 4 lives now as they work towards A.
Combat's got a great flank for him. Finds the first. Second one inside of Jewelry. He'll need to be able to find in just a moment. Gets the information, and Combat turns on prey. St. Edwards. B site controlled immediately. Over towards the A site now. They've got 3 players stacked on it. James Madison trying to force their way back in. They're going to have to play bully ball here. They found 2. We'll have a few more to be able to take care of. Good trades, but Spawn's still close here for offense. Defense going to have to rally all the way back across the map. And with a 22-16 advantage here on offense, finally, James Madison at least getting themselves a bit of breathing room.
They definitely do now, still with about 70 seconds or so left on the clock for them to work this push. They put themselves in the best position possible, right? You're at the close point. You have enough time, enough lives to look to bleed and play. And again, Combat, with the start that he had, really willing this team back to life in this series. Now they need to make this a successful round. I'm not going to call this controlled do or die at this point, but boy, would this be important for them to be able to take, to give themselves some momentum, give themselves a round buffer and an offense on the board early. They still have time to work. They're really trying to pinch through 2 sides kitchen and through mid-map, but James Madison all but sniffed it out.
Wraps back over by 1. Kill everybody here now from James Madison, but the first kill goes the way of St. Edwards, and now they can look for a few more. They have the information on one of these players. Good headshots in by Crook in his AR in hand. Now as everybody bounces back for a pinstripe kill feed, Fiasco's over the top, and now James Madison forced in a 1-versus-1 gunfight. Defensive spawn still relatively close. Contention in for just a moment, but Poker will be playing the back lines, trying to stake his way to a kill. Around the corner, Fiasco will fall. 2 kills go the way of James Madison. Poker and T-Web will pair for a few more, and that's 3 from St. Edwards out the door. We're back at 10 lives apiece, tied up in the column.
Yeah, no better time for T-Web to get his first kills on the board. Absolutely. He was 0-5 up until that last push towards the site. He stopped the second tick of progress from coming in, continuing to bleed more and more of this clock, and now St. Edwards putting a lot of pressure through a couple of different openings. So get your head on a swivel here for James Madison, because St. Edwards, they're on the hunt again.
Oh, Combat was able to get in behind enemy lines. Through 1, was able to escape with his life. Still only 1 tick of progress. 7-7, 30 seconds left here in the round. Kruk goes for shots on to prey. Fiasco will be able to clean it up, but as he pushes forward, it's Poker and T-Web yet again. The 2 men who have gone ahead and put James Madison over the top here in this first round that find themselves a few more kills. Good place nade from Poker onto Combat. Kruk onto prey as well, though, for a trade. 4-3 in the lives. 15 seconds now. Kruk looking to perch his way in. Semtex in the back line will force one off. 3-versus-3 in the life count. Where will the next kill come from? It's James Madison. It's prey. Shots are good at long range, and it's T-Web who cleans up the last 2 in the round. James Madison, after a St. Edwards monumental push at the beginning, bounces back to take their defensive round.
Had a slow thing start, but you better believe when the dogs can turn, they're slaying around. They can rally themselves back and around, as you were saying. A good defensive hold to make. What started off almost dire for them to make a stand at A, they hold them to just 4 ticks of progress and now get their best crack at it. Kelp out to 10-6. I mean, having himself an all-star performance in this series. Map and mode combo does not matter. Kelp has came to play today.
Defensive shutout needed here for St. Edwards. Suncheck going to be able to find 1 shot from middle map. Going to force Combat to be a bit more weak for this gunfight, but his Kelp will fall to the via headshot way of the Vaznev. Combat can start marching his way forward and just play here and towards the bottom of the bedroom. In towards the right, though. Cubicle going to be spotted out, but the sneaking head glitch will at least allow the James Madison player to stay alive for the moment. 3 players combated in the middle of the map, but St. Edward's now making their push forward. T-Web's able to find one, but will a trade be there in just a moment? You have to think the answer will be yes. Relk shot into Wine, good. T-Web, good trade on the opposite end. Fiasco now looking to march his way forward yet again here with his Vazneb in hand. The B site completely laid down, but James Madison has their sights set on A. They'll start to go ahead for that first tick.
And decision time here for St. Edwards. Do you try to throw lives at this? Do you end up bleeding what is tied and being in a good position even if you give up A just to try to stop it here? I don't know if I like the call. You're already down 2 lives here. At least able to find a couple, but again, you give up 3 lives at the expense of guaranteed losing the A site regardless. Doesn't put themselves in too bad of a bind, but now you have to find shape that you already had before you had made that push, and that allows James Madison players to get pushed up into top bed already.
Back gonna hear some information. Footsteps marching around. Prey the first victim here as Combat's able to march into the top bedroom area. As you look over to the catwalk, good shots around the corner from T-Web are going to be able to beat the Vaznev up close. That tack doing work here inside of the hotel. Fiasco looking to go ahead and find the crossbow out the middle of the map. Oh, shots good from Fiasco. Prey there as well up and towards the top. They spot one out. Gets shot in the back of his teammate as well. This is what James Madison's specialty has been here so far. Not only being able to find kills, but the team kills, they've been able to negate those.
All 4 players here just need to find a couple of kills, and they'll look to try to stack this point. You need to take care of 1 in mid-map, and you do 3 for 1 in the feed. That'll be all 4 down in total.
So far.
And now James Madison, they're going to work their way up. Everyone spawning jewelry, everyone spawning chandelier crook. The closest one to maybe influence this. Going to try to wrap around and take a long route, but you're running out of time.
Offense got there quick. They spawned over by the bedroom. Streak going to be invested. Not going to be found just yet, but as Kruk finds 2 and a third, everybody's starting to fall. Fiasco will also find his demise, but Kruk will team wipe everybody from James Madison, send them back to the spawn point, and a route that he was able to take pays off. St. Edwards will be able to hold on for just a bit longer, but as those James Madison arrows start to march their way forward, it's another 3 kills that go their way. Stack going to be in. Player 4, Kruk, the only one here yet again. He'll be able to find 1 this time, but he's cut down by a Semtex, and a 3 stack on the point will be good enough for James Madison to take their second round in the control here. 1 round away from 3-0 sweeping the Hilltoppers into the oblivion and sending them out of the Nate Starling playoffs.
And sure, they were able to, St. Edwards defensively were able to get a 4 down and try to find shape again to, on their retake back towards the B site. But I'm going to bring back up that first push that they made where, again, they tried to go and get overzealous at A. I would have loved to see them say, you know what, we'll give up A given that they're stacking it. Either play for exit kills maybe, but don't overextend. They overextend. I would have loved to see them say, force James Madison, we're going to make them break down our defense. We're going to get to our spots. We're going to get to our lanes and make them come to us. They give them the free kills, get themselves out of position, and James Madison are in a position to constantly apply pressure from there on out. Now for St. Edwards, the reverse sweep of reverse sweeps has to go down. 3 straight in the control, 3 straight map wins to take the series. Backs against the wall, what do you got left?
Very similar to what we saw on the first offensive hit. 4 players over at the B site, 1 to the middle of the map, though, on the split off. But it was James Madison the last time that got 4-man wiped immediately. This time, though, they're able to bounce back. Each team gets 3 lives taken off the board, and Prey started to march his way forward. He had a slow start here inside of the control, started to tee up, now has himself on 4 in a row, looking for potential streaks. Shots at long range, good from Poker. Heglitch works out his way, and now Prey can go ahead and make the top bedroom his domicile for the time being, as Poker drains the tick progress on this A site.
Penge coming in. When does Kelp look to strike? He could have 2 players shot in the back, and does. Lines him up just to knock him down. Kelp playing with a level of confidence we haven't seen this entire season, and his team benefiting greatly for it. Out to 17 and 14 here. Really being aggressive. We said he was a supplemental sub here, but with Prey going toe-to-toe as far as slang is concerned, this is a deadly duo when they're rolling with this efficiency now. Just a few seconds away from closing the series out.
Poker shots under the staircase Heglitch are going to be good. 16 and 15 for him. 24 to 16 in the lives. 8 separating them. St. Edwards has yet to get in towards either the A or the B zones with any sort of validity to it. T-Web, long range shots are good for 2. Kel finds another. And with just a few seconds left remaining here in the round, 12 lives remaining. St. Edwards trying to scramble their way back over towards the B site. Semtex gonna find Kruk. It looks like they don't even want to try anymore. St. Edwards sent home. James Madison, a 3-0 sweep as the Hilltoppers fall. The Bulldogs will climb and find themselves a Dayton Destiny. They'll move on to the round of 4 with a shot at taking down Northwood for a spot in the grand finals.
Fantastic series, top to bottom, all 4 players for James Madison. A well-deserved 3-0. I mean, again, everyone positive, everyone involved in objective play, everyone involved in getting around the map and taking up space. Communication, you could just tell with the way they're moving, had to be on point. Am I shocked that I saw St. Edwards and James Madison in the docket, and we were talking, doing our note prep, and we were like, hey, this
Yep.
shaping up to be a game 5. I was at least thinking that in my mind, that this one, you're at this point of the tournament, it could go the distance. The better
Sure.
team came out and won today. We said it was razor thin margins that separated these teams on paper. Here, James Madison showing that come postseason, they're a different beast. They have a different dog in them, and they're definitely looking to carve their way to a grand final.
Absolutely. I think the talk of the town right now, we could, go to the hard point and say, oh, Prey had a great map. We could go to the control and say that T-Web really started to take the mantle, turned up there with the AR. But I think, Amber, we all know where the conversation is going. Kelp in this series played out of his mind. And this is what James Madison needed in order to take that next step in the right direction. And if Kelp can continue to play like this, play lights out, there is a very real possibility that maybe not a series, but at least a map or two could be taken off this Northwood roster. James Madison looks great here inside of the Star League. This is a welcome sign for sure. But I, for one, couldn't be more happy than, being able to watch throughout the entire season. You and I always, every time we watch James Madison, just calling on Kelp to do something just a bit better or have those teammates be able to put him in better positions to be able to succeed. It seems like they, at least for now, although it's only one series and 3 maps, that they've been able to set him up for success. And that's all that you can ask for out of this James Madison roster. They looked good. They did. They looked good.
They looked gooder than good. I don't know what the terminology is for that in this moment, because again, I'm at a loss for words with how stout the performance was. Like I said, top to bottom, all 4 players. Kelp, the standout, and I would give MVP this series. So yeah, super exciting for them to be able to take it, and they've got to be feeling good.
Absolutely. We'll send things to a break. When we come back, we'll have an interview for you with the winning team, James Madison on the opposite side. Congratulations to them yet again. We'll be back in just a bit. Well, if you're just now joining us, again, a quick 3-0 here for the side of James Madison. Not exactly what all of us expected to happen, but we're joined by Prey here. Good to have you back, buddy. Welcome. You guys played great series today, and now have yourselves guaranteed a top 4 placement in the Star League playoffs this year. Just kind of going over that, how does that feel for you guys, knowing that a lot of people had you pinned as an underdog earlier on in the year?
Absolutely. Yeah. So for you guys, I mean, again, Core and I were the whole time on the desk, right, gathered just how unreal this performance was today, top to bottom from you guys. Of course, your Sedo and Kelp goes crazy and really just has an unreal performance. You know, we've been people who've talked about Kelp and the inconsistencies had. We even talking to you last time had talked about, hey, look, we need to see a little more out of him in different ways. How are you guys setting him up? That question was asked. It was answered today. How much better do you guys feel knowing that, okay, you're all playing at this level and had a dominant win like this against a very stout St. Edward's team? Absolutely. Yeah. That's so sweet.
I'll say this. I see the big vibes on the backboard behind you there. We love it. We love it. Big vibe. Yes, sir. I was like looking back there. I'm like, dude, I was like, wait. y'all are dope. No, y'all are dope. But I'll say this. You guys have a potential big matchup around the corner against Northwood. What are the vibes feeling like going into that matchup potentially? Sounds good. Well, it's gonna be a tough one, but I'm gonna be completely honest with you. We were saying this behind the break, and the fact that you guys are now being able to kind of fully fledge out your roster, have Kelp being able to slay at the pace that you're at as well, and just everybody being on the same page is super cool. So good luck to you guys in the rest of your fights throughout the playoffs. And hey, I mean. Look, call me a biased caster, but I'm rooting for you guys come the matchups in the future, and hopefully we'll be able to see you for a grand final matchup. Alrighty.
We'll see ya.
Great. We appreciate you. We'll talk to you soon, brother. Have a good one. Keep vibing out, baby. Yes, sir. Alrighty. So that'll do it here for our matchup between St. Edward's and James Madison. The 2023 spring playoffs have been a journey for sure, and that'll only continue going on forward. We don't have a second match for you here tonight. We do have some Rocket League and some other games here on this broadcast for the rest of your night here. So as we take ourselves a hiatus until tomorrow at 1 o'clock Eastern, where we'll see the round of 4 and find ourselves who will be locking themselves into a grand final spot here in the NA Star League. We'll say goodbye for now on behalf of myself, Cash, and everybody else from the production squad. Enjoy the rest of the broadcast and enjoy some Rocket League. Stay safe and have some fun.
Welcome back to the NACE Star League 2023 Spring Playoffs. We're back 6 action this fine Saturday evening. My name's Infernosis, joined here by my great friend John, aka Fellowcasts, and we are super excited to get this matchup underway. It's Kettering versus St. Clair College.
And if you remember Kettering correctly from last semester, they're one of the top dogs, making it all the way to the Philadelphia finals against JMU. Sadly, that is where their story ends. They lost 2-0 in that best-of-3 grand final. But today, they're looking to maybe continue that redemption arc into the spring semester. We'll take a look at the roster, see if anything's changed from those past couple of months, and also see who is playing on the side of St. Clair Community, or for St. Clair's Saints Academy roster as well. Both of them having similar records, but in terms of general standings in the collegiate scene, Kettering tends to lean a little bit more on the higher side compared to St. Clair.
You talk about Kettering being top dogs. Top 4 is what you were highlighting before the broadcast. St. Clair, middle of the pack. Kettering are top 4 because they've got great players. Derp, Amplify, Bucket, Prismo, and Illusion. That's their starting 5 for this matchup here. St. Clair College are bringing out Nezzy, Terror, It's Rapid, Salty Boy, and Blunk. So 2 of the players the St. Clair College side do scream out to me, that one being Rapid and Salty Boy. I've seen them before. But every player on the side of Kettering sings out to you. And it's kind of hard not to, John, because you know for a fact when you see Kettering up on the board, they're going to do well. And they've got a pretty good selection of maps to head to, as we had both talked about during our break before this as well. Let's go ahead and send on over to the map selection screen.
Also really helps for Kettering keeping that same roster from their time in the fall grand finals, moving into the spring semester as well. It just keeps that consistency. It allows them to improve over time as that main 5 roster and maybe add a little bit more creativity to their map pool. Like we talked about, of course, you have, the collegiate specials like Oregon. Villa has played a lot. Even Chalet has seen a lot more love, which I know you were a huge fan of, that being, what is it, your favorite map, if I remember correctly, right?
My favorite map, yes.
Yeah, not too surprised about that. Oddly enough, our most hated map of, Cafe Dostoevsky, it's kind of grown on me personally just because I rarely see it nowadays, but it is still played the exact same. Hopefully we won't be going there just for your sake, Scott, but, there's always potential of that in a best-of-3 series. Also is a really good litmus test to see how well collegiate teams have been improving over time. You can tend to see some of those best-of-1 formats in other collegiate leagues, so some teams might not be as prepared to go to a full best-of-3 series compared to what they're used to. But in terms of, collegiate specials, you've got the whole 9 yards. The only thing that's really missing is probably either like Clubhouse or Villa, which oddly enough was just banned at the very end of this ban phase. But Oregon, Chalet, those will be our first 2 maps in this best-of-3, and a decider of Cafe if needed.
Theme and Skyscraper were the first 2 banned, followed by Villa and Bank, and of course, like you said, Boulder and Clubhouse taken off the list. It's a pretty standard collegiate ban phase. A lot of the time, though, you do see opposition take each other's map picks because these teams tend to opt for the status quo of map selections. It pretty much becomes a battle of who's better on what map. There is no true testament of skill for each player. You call it a litmus test, and I think that's an aptly fitting term for it. Oregon is the map where teams go to die. Good teams go to die. And Kettering could be tested first and foremost against a team that isn't as historically talented as St. Clair College tends to be. But if St. Clair College have made it this point with a solid, standard season stat line like they have, they could be giving Kettering a run on a map like Oregon to allow for them to follow up on a map like Chalet. They can let things get dire. They can let things sour a little bit because then they can head over to our third of Cafe.
And having St. Clair opt to pick the map of Oregon is definitely a bit concerning given the context of who they're playing in this best-of-3. Oregon is by far one of the best maps for Kettering University. I've seen them play on this map several times in make or break situations, and they tend to win just narrowly in that regulation 7-5, where they have a bit more of a one-sided take, depending on how well they can start that momentum on the defensive half, which is oddly enough where they will begin on map number 1 of Oregon. So if we see Kettering win their opponent's map pick, heading into Chalet, again, one of their better maps as well, which is why they picked it in this best-of-3, we might not even see Cafe. So a lot is already on the shoulders of St. Clair to see how well they're going to perform under this pressure on such a default map, which might give you a different connotation of, okay, it's a fairly even playing ground. Maybe we have a chance of beating this team that is statistically better than us.
The go-to band selection we saw just a couple days prior, when it was me and Time to Light on broadcast, or Time to Light and I, if we use proper grammar here, was typically the Flores going in for the attack, followed up with either a tertiary ban of, say, a Thatcher or a Jackal like we saw on our last map of the day, followed through for the defense of Valkyrie, Azami, or the Solus. For a map like Oregon, I am expecting the Azami to be knocked off. It is somewhat standard. She is one of the top 4 most banned operators in the game. So it's no surprise to see St. Clair Kosh just say, hey, we don't want to deal with the barricades. We don't want to have to waste even more util, especially when the Flores has already been banned, meaning that Azami's util will be nigh impossible to clear in good time and effectively with the utility they would still have on hand. Kaid being the last one to ban, this one not shocked either for Oregon. Don't want to have to deal with the Electric Claw inside Meeting Hall. Don't want to have to deal with those hatches and make things even more difficult. Make things at least standardized for your push. And St. Clair Cod starting off on the attack are going to have their work cut out for them because Kettering say we're going straight down to the bunker. Basement's our first set of choice.
And usually with the Cade ban, that implies you don't need to bring a Maverick to open up those hatches because, like you mentioned, there is nothing to deny the attack from opening them up. So hopefully we see Blunt go on something a little more appropriate for this bomb site. You could either bring secondary hard breach to take off some pressure from Salty Boy. You could bring more grenades. So when dealing with some of those deployable shields that both Bucket and Illusion have, you can eventually destroy them and get a bit more map control in the basement floor. Or you could keep it. I'm not too sure if St. Clair are really sacrificing any drones to acknowledge where the bomb site is. It seems like they've eventually figured that out. So they're going to go for a couple lineups now, having the Thermite and Montaigne. So it looks like you have the ability to bring some secondary hard breach, but also the Thermite for this bomb site. Yeah, as I said, it doesn't really make all too much sense. Maybe it'll be a rush down below in through bunker double door. Usually when you see a blitz for the bomb site of Laundry and Supply, that's like the dead giveaway of, okay, we want to just go direct in this round. So we could see that by St. Clair. And yeah, based on their drone lineup and player positions, yeah, they're going to rush into blue bunker with the help of this blitz.
Blunk's going to be the 4A person to do this. Keep in mind that Tashanka with the Shamika launcher will be a great denial for zone, but they actually need to transition Illusion over there to assist Prismo, who's currently locked inside bunker. Blanc has finally cleared away the barricade placed on that blue door and has a little bit of assistance from Salty Boy and Terror. Blanc will officially engage in towards site. Gets over towards bunker, but unfortunately meets their end to Prismo. Bucka does fall first for the side of Kettering as Terror gets a refrag back the other way to avenge their teammate, but it only evens things up to a 4-on-4. And one of the players for St. Clair are still trapped all the way over inside barrels. It's Terror who does manage to DB an 01, but Amplify finds a much-needed pick back, and it seems like Derp will just barely be able to climb back into a safety net position until out of nowhere, Nezzy will strike from down on tower stairs, cutting off Kettering and catching them off guard.
3 versus 1 now for St. Clair. They know Amplify is still up above, so they'll opt to rush into the bomb site, the correct move to get down this plant before Amplify could go for a retake, and now they're back into 3 versus 1. The timer on the side of the attack for once. Now they have this diffuser down, and they've got info as to where exactly Amplify is positioned because of that air jab and a drone that the Aruni will end up destroying. 30 seconds now left on the timer overall for this diffuser. There's a bit of intel for Amplify as well, acknowledging there could be a Claymore right underneath this E-Box door. He even spots the laser from it as well, but he has no clue Salty Boy is waiting for that hatch drop by E-Box. And St. Clair, despite having a rough start on that rush into blue bunker, they adjust well enough to get into the bomb site, plant that diffuser, and take round 1 as their own.
Very beautiful performance as well in the post plant. Great reading into the fact the player is still left upstairs, quickly taking over the objective in the positioning for the post plant. The moment that the air jab went off, we had a wonderful view from top down to see the basement transition for St. Clair to pivot their players closer to deny a tower stair push from the defense for the retake. Always making sure there were 2 players to watch an angle, always making sure there was a backup plan in place, and St. Clair showcasing to us here that maybe their middle of the pack stat line that we've called out for them so often is just a false facade, and they can indeed put up with Kettering. But it's just round 1, and Kettering are throwing out a bit of a low ball here. Instead of heading over to the top floor for their usual de facto go-to point after basement, they're hitting up the 4th most played here on Oregon. My favorite side on Oregon, ironically enough, the kitchen and dining experience, where yes, St. Clair will have a pretty easy job of getting top control from within small tower and getting control of small tower in general. They still have to deal with the extension placed above kitchen to lock down that 2nd floor and try to get a safety net to push.
Having the Osa on the board for St. Clair interested to see where they're going to deploy that. There's a couple of options. Maybe you want to go in through meeting instead. And yeah, it seems like they're going to go small tower instead. If you don't see this, it tends to be you get control of meeting room, open up that wall that leads into the back of kitchen, and use the OSA shields there to cover your plant. But instead, we're going to see the opposite of that, where they start by small tower, clear that extension out like you just talked about, Scott, and then try to plant behind those OSA shields near the couch in order to get that diffuser down and play for yet another post plant like we saw in round of 1. Immediately you see St. Clair opening up this window, hucking out a couple of flash grenades to burn that ADS, but another one catches both frag grenades. A little bit of unfortunate timing there for St. Clair will prolong Prismo's life inside a small tower and now give info for Bucka to play up above and help provide coverage to make sure it's not going to be an instant map control gain here for St. Clair.
Terra's going to head up just a little bit higher on the rooftop of small tower. Bucka over in big has a wonderful angle to deny that player positioning in towards the flanking window here for small tower. That is the only true chance Prismo has of staying alive. They're essentially playing to die within small tower. A very cheeky decision, but one that has warranted them at least a modicum of success to this point. Now, he was the first player to be dropped. Looks like Blunk may not be far behind, down to a sliver of HP and Rapid. The OSA that's so important, like we talked about, to the strategem here of St. Clair College to actually get this plant down safely behind Couch. Also down to nary 3 HP. Illusion finally finding a pick back and return this one on to Terror. Derp did fall for Kettering, but it's none too big a problem. They still got plenty of men on the count. Amplify for one, Prismo still in small tower, and Kettering have essentially buried the chances of St. Clair College coming back here in this round. It's just Rapid left standing in a 1v4, a pretty much mirror repeat, but on the opposite side that we saw come out just last round, except this time Kettering have the man advantage, and they have an extra man to assist them, even when Prismo was playing to die the whole time up inside tower.
Yeah, it's still shocking he not only is still alive in small tower, but he has not lost any HP as well. He has been completely invincible in round number 2, and with Rapid, the polar opposite in his situation, having little to no HP and now completely down to 0 after a quick shot with that DMR inside of Shower Hallway. That grants Kettering an equalizer round win, but also a really interesting tidbit about the team play we saw by Kettering as well. You saw almost everyone on the defensive side focused on helping out Prismo, who was in small tower, which is usually coined as a death spot when defending dining room. You're expecting to lose your life by playing there. You're usually set up in small tower just to waste as much time and as many resources as you can against your opponents. And after that scuffle ends in small tower, that hopefully allows the rest of your teammates to have an advantage going into other engagements in the round. But with Derp and Bucka being so proactive by both the big window and by big tower, they actually netted a couple of kills and wasted even more time for St. Clair, allowing the Frost to stay alive in small tower and completely flatlining that attacking clear by St. Clair. And now they get to go to Kids in Dorms with already winning their tertiary bomb site. That's great for Kettering.
Kettering's playing small towers, not just playing there as a time sink in its entirety, John. It also maybe forces the mindset for St. Clair to say, hey, let's transition to the second floor and maybe take control of kitchen. The reason why we don't see them do so is because, like you said, they have a player in big window and they got Bucka up in tower. They have to clear those players that have to go out of their way to cut off those individuals if they were to take that second floor. So the mindset says, hey, we only need to deal with 1 if we take small tower, but we'll have to deal with 2 if we go for the top-down approach over kitchen. Which is easier? Arguably small tower. Like you said, it is typically a death spot, but it became too much of a pill to swallow, and it forces St. Clair into this very dangerous mindset, and that inevitably leads them into trickling one by one in the line of sight of Kettering, where they just inevitably quite literally landslide victory of the opposition. There's Bucka, though, playing over towards rear stage. Will have to fall back, but decides to re-engage back up towards the second floor of Big Tower. Throws a Nitro Cell up to 3, but unfortunately doesn't seem to go far enough, and Blunk will have the safe space and leeway to work from to completely clear them away. There goes the hasty retreat through basement, and Bucka did not like what they saw. They'll try to re-engage back with the rest of the team as they transition back up to the first and second floor.
Well, the main wall now opened up by Closet. Not too bad so far for St. Clair, and luckily with them having flank watch, they're probably not going to have to worry about a flank if they're still looking to open up Big Tower. There's Derp. The opening death of this round by the hand of Terror with that G36C still clearing out, I believe, just by, over by the main breach. He's sitting out by Master Balcony, probably just swung the breach and won his gunfight. So good for him, securing that man advantage for his team. And now you've got Nezzy looking to assist by Trophy. If they can eliminate this player still extended by this position, this would be huge, but no, Amplify gets out, and there's Bucka on the flank, the complete wraparound from the basement back to the top floor to equalize with 1:20 to go for the attack.
Great patience for Bucka to essentially bait out Amplify for a modicum of time, realizing if I stay here on the stairwell to laundry, I can wait until default cam spots a player transitioning through Arsenal Hall. A great play, netting now even position after Derp's loss early. Blanc will, though, move in from Attic, has semblance of control, but maybe a bit too scared. We'll have to clear away the frost mat placed in between that Attic window. Maybe ready to go for drop, but there could be a crossfire set up within children's bedroom. Bruno's going to hold an angle that locks down the master bedroom wall, that games room wall that connects towards closet. Nobody has yet breached this side of St. Clair. Maybe for the reason that they're maybe a bit too scared to take that control away from Amplify, who could swing at a moment's notice in through Trophy. It's Bucka to go for the wide swing onto Terra. They lose their life quickly afterwards for the refrag, and even Blanc finds a pick to gain the advantage. But with 28 seconds left, time is still on Kettering's side as St. Clair need to set their boundaries and go for this plant.
And there it is, that diffuser going down on the ground. There should be enough coverage here for St. Clair, buying plenty of time with these stun grenades and not forcing themselves to overextend, but they don't expect the swing by Prismo. Good for one, but the second is not collected by Illusion, and Prismo just caught looking the wrong way, is ripped to shreds by that AK. And St. Clair, bit of a rough start on that Trophy over attack, but they're able to salvage it by having Blanc secure that attic control, and that puts them back in the lead in this first half.
You have to keep in mind, Kettering has been so close in these rounds to maybe have a chance to crawl back. They've kept even in the early engagements, but it's when St. Clair gained control over a point to possibly go for plan or even get plan itself, Kettering seemed to lose their initial mindset of passivity. They tend to go over aggressive, and they tend to maybe find themselves falling victim to R6 timings, like we saw there at the final second, turning away from that attic door just too soon. Barely could have seen the barrel moments prior if they had just waited 1 second later. Could have isolated one for a kill since you had known their position, and maybe swung to the second to the AK player, that Nomad sitting inside of drop. Could have been a chance for Kettering. But now they'll get to repeat their objective of choice here to this second floor. And St. Clair College, well, maybe they decide to opt to go for something similar as we had seen before. Maybe trying to make sure they actually deal with Bucka towards Big Tower so that the ever-present threat of that roamer will be gone. But keep in mind, with that Jackal banned in the ban phase by St. Clair College, it's going to be very difficult to make sure they gather the location. It's going to require a lot of droning. It's going to require a lot of time to deal with one single player, and that's something that St. Clair College don't want to fall victim to.
At least to remedy that lack of a primary intel op that is tailored for a roam clear, because sure, you have the Iana, she's a great intel gatherer, but not normally for the roam clear, usually to help burn a bit of utility with those grenades, and sometimes with Gemini Replicator when you see something like a Surya Gate on the board, which Kettering have been bringing out religiously. Not only do you see her burning through utility, but also gathering intel a little bit closer to the bomb site and usually just clearing out some lurkers. So instead of bringing a composition that's tailored more towards the roam clear, they have flank watch. That way, those roamers, if they try to go for some sort of flank in the late round, they will be punished by an air jab. And there it is. It's not necessarily a roam. Instead, that, lurk clear of Terror gets the opening kill once again. But luckily, it's traded up by Derp, who has this nice long angle from attic looking down all the way into the master balcony. Almost nets another with a clean shot, but has to turn around and just in the nick of time to almost score another frag in this round. At least he gets away with his life, so it's still that 4 versus 4, but he challenges for a second time in a row, and it's good this time. A quick headshot onto Rapid now forces Blanc, once again, the only player to clear out attic with the DMR.
It's a dangerous spot, but great vision by St. Clair College to realize that there would be a player playing that exact angle through a wall as essentially a backup to Amplify once that position is given away or removed, as it was here in this round with Amplify's death. Great refrag back. Blanc, though, still alive, not necessarily well, sitting at about 40 HP. Has gained control over here towards attic, but does not have a chance yet to go through drop. Frostmat was in place there prior. Will Blanc have seen it and cleared it? I can only expect him to do so. So we note that they had done it just the round previously. But Nezzy nowhere near, still on the opposite side. A very de facto play for St. Clair College to take the attic and master bedroom approach to set up a pincer on site. But the man advantage is no longer there, and Kettering can essentially play for one kill and leave a single player to watch the other as the crossfire will be available. Bucko will transition, moving towards drop. The breach is watched by Blunk, but Blunk does not have diffuser. Nezzy is looking for the prime space to go for it. They do have that breach set forward. Blunk will get quite close around that corner to the plant they had made just last round. The diffuser this time towards games. Blunk finally dealt with by Bucka. Bucka maybe getting a bit aggressive through that breach, maybe looking for a kill themselves. That leaves just Nezzy, and why not? Kettering will swing that one wide, and it'll be a pretty easy cleanup past that point once the initial tracers were sent their way.
Yeah, unfortunately, with Blunk having no way of really rotating across the map, he can't assist Nezzy, who's trying to get the diffuser down. The best way to deal with Prismo's position when he's so close to that rotate hole near White Stairs is either have someone push him from White Stairs properly, or maybe try to go by the door from Trophy leading into the bomb site. Either one tends to do the trick, as when you see someone hop into the bomb site through that breach, they immediately die. We saw exactly that in the kill cam for Prismo. So with Blunk not being able to rotate at all, that isolates both attackers, and Kettering already had the man advantage, so it's really easy for them to play for 2-on-1s with the low amount of time that was left, and also force St. Clair to make that first move, which is always something you want to look forward to when you're on that defensive half. You're not the team that has to initiate against your opponents. They have to pull into your defensive lineup. They have to play your mini games and hope they can win with some sort of advantage or equalizer, which was not the case in round number 4. And oddly enough, Kettering are not going to go back down to the base of floor bomb site, which they had lost back in round number 1. Instead, they're going to go back to dining room and kitchen, but I can't fault them too much. They were almost flawless in that round. They didn't even lose small tower control, which is so jarring to see when this is the bomb site.
St. Clair, what are you going to do, right? What's past this point? How are you going to adjust yourself to finally deal with that presence that may or may not be there over towards small tower? And in fact, Prismo was not there. Prismo was instead lingering around at Elbow Hall and maybe trying to play for an angle to deny that window controller, maybe as well to cut down from within showers the approach in through those small tower windows. Tara has already gathered a ton of information for St. Clair, saying, hey guys, small tower's clear. There's not a single person defending this one, just a couple frost mats that were quickly dealt with, not a problem whatsoever. Which, droning out, Amplifier, we know for a fact, is inside showers. We have so many players and so much utility here ready to burn. Amplifier will take a huge lick of damage off the back of that nade, and their shield, their safety net, will be destroyed, forcing them to go for a swing for a one-on-one. Unfortunately, 2 players were at the other end. It's Terror, though, that is netted and gained the kill in the score stat. And there it is now with Kettering at a man disadvantage, and they're losing quickly control over towards that dining wall and just controlling showers in general.
A triple entry in a row for Terry. He's been so good at isolating these defenders and getting that advantage for his team, but unfortunately the rest of his team just cannot go afterwards. They have just been flattened by Kettering. Plenty of plant denial and angles that St. Clair just cannot deal with given the lack of map control they have in this 5th round. And now they have to get desperate here. You see Blunk just slowly creeping his way into dining room, playing behind this bomb chassis, hoping someone overextends and he can win a 1-for-1 gunfight. And Rapid, his position is well known inside of shower, but apparently not. Prismo almost loses life by just sprinting down the hallway. He goes for a separate swing, does a ton of damage to the Nomad, but cannot confirm the kill. There's Blunk with one in the same bomb side of dining room, so now there's a chance in this 2 versus 2 to maybe get this diffuser down, but with Rapid so low in HP, he could be easy pickings as the only person to cover the stature if that were to happen.
Blunk has not recollected the diffuser just yet, has still left it from behind couch. A perfect play was set up for Kettering from Bucka up on that 2nd floor. They'll pivot to White Stairs and deal with Rapid, leaving just Blunk now. It's still a solid chance in the 1v2. Knows where at least one is lying in wait in that hatch. Knows they can't go for the same plant the rest of the team has attempted up to this point. The bigger question is, where's the teammate? Where is Illusion lying? Toxic Babe gets sent out, does not go where it needs to. Instead lands against table and does not go far enough to deny Blunk. But Bucka has pivoted down White Stairs. Now starts to move in towards Hall and takes down Blunk, who had no chance once they started to decide to stick through with that diffuser. It is a good round for Kettering here once again, and it will be their 2nd to last round here on the defense.
And unfortunately, St. Clair just going way too direct for that dining room execute. Sure, they made a really good read of getting small tower control early into the round because that was forfeit by the defense from the very get-go of that round. But like you talked about last time we saw that bomb site in play, you tend to have someone go up above to clear up those roamers and maybe get a bit of vertical and just make the defenders in general just uncomfortable in that round. Kettering were not uncomfortable at all. They were very much prepared to maybe give up a little bit of showers, not even have someone by small tower, and just wait for St. Clair to go for a plant behind the couches. They denied it almost immediately and found 2 separate kills off the back of that denial as well, leaving St. Clair no other option in that round. And for Kettering, they get to go back down below in this base 4 bomb site, which might be more of a bad omen than what we would normally expect because they haven't won here just yet, Scott.
To be fair, they only won half the time we saw that second floor come through as well, right, John? So they can't go back. Do they want to go to meeting? Not necessarily. I feel like Kettering has kind of attributed their victories over towards dining to forcing St. Clair College into an uncomfortable space. A lot of what you see in the collegiate scene, especially when it comes to some of the lower echelon teams, John, is comfortability being the biggest and most important factor for team success. You see it in Valorant, you see it in R6, you see it in COD. They just play with what makes them comfortable. You see a little bit less of teams stepping out of that comfort zone. I think for St. Clair College, they like to be comfortable, and being thrown a curveball like kitchen and dining that's unexpected may have been enough to really throw things the other way, and Kettering really wanted to make sure they were comfortable first and foremost there, having multiple strategies to work with. Now heading back to the basement, though, St. Clair College can step back into a little bit more of a tried and true strategy. Shield still up and running, as the nades sent out by Terror have not found enough distance to fully secure, but Prismo will be allowed something that they were denied last time we saw this, the ability to reinforce bunker and make sure that everyone's still safe on site.
And making plenty of space here, but same thing can be said for Nezzy coming down the back stairs. There's one for his troubles, but the wall bang by Bucket with the bearing 9. Perfect accuracy through the soft wall. That's a very important kill against St. Clair as they've lost pillar control. But luckily, Salty Boy could maybe have something up his sleeve, perhaps, to tie things back up. There's Rapid, though, reclaiming that pillar position. Blunk will catch one off screen as well. Now puts them 2 versus 3 with St. Clair back in the lead, but still a lot left to accomplish in this round. They've got to make sure that someone can rotate into elbow to cover that position Salty Boy was wielding, and that's going to be much more difficult to do now that they're back in an even man count in this 2 versus 2, Scott.
Salty Boy has a cheeky angle, peering in between the B-bomb chassis and the farther side towards supply. With no angle truly being given and no actual players being visible to them, they'll finally make the hasty decision to step in towards the objective. Still 70 seconds left to work with. What a shot, though. Prismo goes for an intel peek and will pay the price. And even Illusion, after the fact, tries to take the one-on-one and unfortunately can't spot the head from over their own shield and will pay the price. An even half. All things considered, a shocking result for St. Clair College, who were pulled off a very good performance here against a tried and true tested team like Kettering.
Really unfortunate play there for Kettering, just getting a bit too aggressive in that 2 versus 2. It sounds really harsh to say that, but when you have 20 Shamika launchers left and there's only about a minute to get that diffuser down, you have enough utility to stop the plant. You don't need to get aggressive. You don't need to take gunfights in that 2v2. Wait for St. Clair to try to force a post plant. You're wasting more of their time. Someone else is gunned down, so now you're technically in a 2 versus 1, and just keep throwing out your fire grenades. And eventually, you're going to force St. Clair in a really awkward position where they're either now put in a 2v1 because someone died trying to plant, or they have to just go for gunfights when they're low on time and HP after they tried getting that diffuser down. But Devil's Advocate, 3-3 half is still very common on Oregon. Typically, you see 4-2 splits a little more often, but 3-3 is definitely nothing to scoff at, but definitely favors St. Clair a lot more compared to Kettering, because now they're the ones to set the tone on their defense after having a pretty solid 3-3 half, winning Laundry both times on the attack. That is just unprecedented, I think, for Collegiate.
It's shocking, to be fair, to be frank. Look at Rapid. What were they doing all the way over in Small Tower? The cheekiest of angles. Maybe St. Clair are just trying to set, I don't know, some sort of tone early in the first few rounds here of their defensive half that you really cannot sit back on your haunches. You have to be perfect with that drone work. I'm not too sure, but at the very least, maybe they were aware. A claymore in place to that outside shower window for that hall, and there's the drone work finally coming through for Kettering. And yep, Rapid, you've been spotted. Sorry to break it to you. It's going to be a slow chokehold pincer to be set up for Kettering, but in their first attempts to do so, Illusion pays the price and Amplify will join them. No hard breach remaining for Kettering already. This is the worst possible straight.
Really risky run out there, but it pays dividends for the entirety of St. Clair, not just Nezzy scoring that double kill. Like you mentioned, no hard breach. That limits Kettering so much. They have to push in through both Trophy. Nice shot by Prisma, at least. You have to push in from both Trophy and, I don't know, maybe White Stairs / Big Window. Getting attic control is going to be so taxing without that wall opened up. So this really does limit Kettering. Despite them finding at least one refrag, they're still at a man disadvantage. And again, just very low on utility. They're still gathering some intel, though, hoping they can make at least a little bit of headway pushing into this next minute 20. But all that St. Clair have to do is just, again, wait for Kettering to figure out where they want to attack from and just use their C4s and Toxic Babes to hopefully deny that entry point for the offense, maybe even waste even more time because of that.
Big Window was a method of approach that was heavily underutilized by most collegiate teams, bar about a year and a half ago. Thankfully, most teams, even in the professional scene, have really transitioned to relying on it much more. Nate's tossed over the top by Derp, who would clear away the Soria Gate with their Gemini Replicator. Did get a huge lick of damage off towards Rapid, but unfortunately was not able to eviscerate their target. It will leave them standing for now. Bucka having a tumultuous time dealing with that barricade on Window. Player close by, though. It's Prisma over inside Trophy, so they do have the method of approach needed to gain an advantage in towards site. They've also breached open with that breach around this wall leading in towards attic. Bucka will step into the Toxic Babe, not noting that Plunk is behind shield, and that will effectively cost Kettering more likely than not this round at this rate with only 25 seconds remaining. Prisma has to get in for 2 kills. Terror is lying down prone, a literal menace. Maybe feeling a bit cheeky for sure. That's been a go-to strat for St. Clair College in this one with that early rotate and the extension we saw before. It's just Derp who does get one. DBNO's a second, but I doubt the rest of St. Clair College are going to peak. The diffuser nowhere near. It is a done and dusted round.
Well, final confirmation kill collected by Salty Boy on yet another prone angle. Seems to be a bit of a pattern here for St. Clair on Oregon, as they are looking pretty darn good now, taking the lead 4-3 heading in around number 8, getting to go to laundry and supply room as well. I mean, for Kettering, they really just got messed up from the very get-go of that round, losing 2 people off the bat that kind of set the tone for the round, saying that it's probably already over before it really began. So you can maybe chalk it up to that, but having to now anticipate that same kind of aggression by St. Clair is a must for Kettering. If they continue to allow people like Nezzy just to do whatever they want, roaming with a shotgun, then we might have to see all 3 maps. That's even if Kettering can, of course, win Chalet. Because if St. Clair can continue to get away with these, double opening entry kills on their defense for Oregon, they're very likely to win their map pick because of that.
It's been a rough time for Kettering. Going into this one being the favorite, probably not just the favorite statistically, but the fan favorite as well. Kettering's been around the block, is what we would say, and unfortunately, they've been run off the block here from St. Clair College, who have had a solid half that gave them, like you said, the advantage heading into the second, where they now get to choose how they defend. And in that first round, I mentioned maybe they were trying to set the tone with that extension. They set the tone with the run out. They set the tone with the angles held on site afterwards. They set the tone with just their positioning and their ability to distract for a secondary player to go for the kill. It's beyond impressive for St. Clair College, but maybe Kettering, being the well-versed team that they are, may be able to key in on this. They've done great drone work up to this point. I doubt that will change. The issue is, despite having great drone work, they're losing some of these 1v1s or even 1v2s because they don't have enough players just purely on the field in general, constantly watching each other's backs in case there is that cheeky player to give them a heart attack, so to say, swinging out through that master bedroom door to take him out on landing.
I was going to say, Nezzy was maybe cooking up something malicious, but he unfortunately will fall back down into the basement floor. But a minute's already been burned away, so for a light roam composition that we have for St. Clair, that's completely fine. When you see, Jaeger, Wamai, Amira, and Smoke, you could figure out that most of St. Clair's defensive lineup is going to be tailored for that basement floor. So breaking, almost half the drones in this round for Kettering and getting out with your life, that's a really good roam for the bomb set of laundry room and supply for St. Clair. So I wouldn't really be all too upset by them whatsoever to still play in this 5 versus 5 and just hope they can bunker as well as they can down below, as Kettering finally playing off the fact they've got top and middle floor map control. They'll be opening up these hatches with those Habana pellets, and eventually hoping to gather some more intel as much as they can and maybe setting up to burn through some of those Wamai magnets and ADS as we just talked about. But with the lack of burn for that, it might be really tricky unless someone like Prismo could sneak their Twitch drones in and just, destroy as many ADSs or mirror windows as they can, which is another big talking point we've kind of avoided is the mirror windows. They are really a make or break factor when it comes to this bomb site.
Shocked that we didn't get to see Kettering really utilize it or opt to do so. St. Clair College, though, still setting up quite well. Looks to be a freezer and laundry push coming in for Kettering. Maybe some diversification needed over towards rear stage to have a player vie for tower control or pillar control in general. They have peppered the last of these hatches with their Hibana pellets, like you had mentioned, which does do them wonders in terms of denying potential sight lines for St. Clair College. But they'll have to rely on the util to find their first blood. It's an aid sent by Derp. Unfortunately, their life forfeited quickly afterwards, and the teammate of Illusion not far behind. Bucka forced to move in for the refrag, and just in one fell swoop, 2 more of Kettering are off the board. It's just Amplify. They've got to escalate the situation quickly, and they are denied of that one, with Nezzy still sitting behind that mirror window like we talked about, and that MP5 is not missing at that range. It's going to do wonders.
And it really sucks now for Kettering because they're put in a position where they're 1 round away from looking at map point, but they haven't seen every bomb site played just yet for St. Clair. So going for a timeout right now could either be a really good idea to get the momentum back in your favor, or it could be a huge problem because you still don't know what to expect, whether it be the bombs out of dining room or meeting. And if you still lose that round, well, then you just wasted a timeout and you're still looking at map point on Oregon. So Kettering looking to potentially save that timeout before heading into round number 10. Probably the best case scenario, as again, the tertiary bomb site tends to be a little more attacker favored than sites like kids' dorms / laundry and supply. But their lineup, I don't know, it seems a little odd for this bomb site specifically. We haven't seen, a lot of, star-studded intel operators, so having someone like a Brava in play might not be necessary. But I don't know if they can maybe, get rid of a couple ADSs, remove a few Banshees or 2. Maybe it wouldn't be all too bad of an option. And you have smokes or a plant, which we've seen a complete lack of ward on this map. So that could have some use as well with 4 smokes being on the board for the attack.
What are they cooking? What are they cooking?
Hopefully not a 3-6 scoreline. That would not taste good at all for Kettering.
Yeah, that'd be a tough, I would say, pill to swallow, but I'll say tough and chewy steak to swallow. That's something that gets stuck in your teeth and you just regret having in the first place. Should not have ordered that. Should have gone for the $6 more expensive steak. It was bound to be better than this one. Rapid taking a huge lick of damage. Bucka has some control over here towards Big Window. Derp is there on the follow-up and is also taking some, pot shot tracers in through that attic window as well. Rapid is looking like they're going to quickly retreat over towards White Stairs, but unfortunately, Derp has the most pixel of pixel peaks that you could possibly do, finding themselves a good kill to remove that player up on that second floor control. There's the clutch drone doing wonders, trying to remove some tidbits of util that are available for St. Clair College. Kettering realizing, hey, our strategy was entirely dictated by the pace up on the second floor. We need to take this in fast, but unfortunately, Salty Boy has been left doing wonders, with Nezzy not far behind, it seems, also picking up a kill of their own.
Even having the secondary shotgun for some vertical, perhaps, or making new sightlines for the attack, that's definitely an interesting move to go for Kettering. Almost nets them a kill onto Nezzy, but they return the favor, opening up this hatch with their bailiff, and now falling back down below to the basement to waste even more time and resources for Kettering, and even having the option to rotate across the map to help out his teammates. We're still trying to defend not only this top floor, but the bomb site itself on top of it too. So St. Clair still looking to burn as much time as they can. There's still a minute 10 to go here for Kettering, so there's definitely a lot of options for them to push out this castle. And Salty Boy can maybe play on this off angle, could get away with robbery if he still scores a kill on this top floor. But Bucka is creeping around the corner, waiting for his teammate to assist, and there it is. Amplify, a nice shot onto the castle, still playing up above, and the man advantage now back in the favor of Kettering, 3 versus 2.
They cleared away that second floor. 60 seconds were on the clock by the time in which we saw Salty Boy go down. Yes, there is still a presence on the first within kitchen. Blanc unfortunately does not place the nitro cell exactly where it needs to go to send it soaring in between those balusters that is the floorboards. Clutch drone goes out, steals away a Banshee. One of the prime uses of the clutch drone makes it so that there is no chance to slow down that assault that really is reliant on the final 20 seconds like we're seeing right now for Kettering. Amplifier will exothermic breach the slit wall that is connecting over in towards Kitchen. Blunk has pivoted over towards Z, but doesn't necessarily have the angle to work with. Amplify's not giving them the space, even has control over here towards that security door, but has no covering fire, meaning that they have to line the force Blunk away. Thankfully, it works. Red time was ticking down, but the diffuser goes down first. Now meaning it's just Nezzy in a 1v3, and they can't get anywhere. Bucker will secure with the pistol John Wick style as they drop from the sky above.
And luckily, having the Brava drone gathering some intel over by main lobby with that default cam not destroyed by the attack, it kind of forced away the Jaeger to then try to retreat back into security and hope that they can still stop that plant from going down. Unfortunately, though, that was not the case, and Kettering will win that tertiary bomb site, and they still have their timeout for potentially later on in this map if they need it. They go back looking into kids and dorms. Their lineup not changing just yet. And again, a really big win condition for St. Clair was finding that double entry kill by Nezzy with the shotgun. So hopefully for Kettering, their early round pans out a little bit better than what it has, been seen last time the site was in play. And maybe that could change the effect of how this round will play out altogether.
The cards have been flipped. No one yet has gained that full house. It seems like we're still stuck in this period of time where Kettering are not trying to bluff, but seems like they don't have all their cards under their belt, and St. Clair College are just one single flip away. The last single turn, I guess it's 3 turns if you actually play, but the last set of turns to really give them the final cards they need. Will it be enough? It's hard to tell. They're 1 away from match point, but they've been here. They got pretty much swept in that last round once Kettering got control over of that second floor. St. Clair College do a pretty darn good job of buying time most of these rounds, but they have also fallen back on their haunches a bit more in comparison to what we saw in the first 2 rounds of this half, where St. Clair College did cheeky on cheeky, play on play, and really swept Kettering under that rug. Maybe it's because Kettering has adapted to that strategy, and so St. Clair College are starting to fall back, or maybe it's because St. Clair College anticipated that Kettering would adapt and fell back before it could occur. But either way, it's now forced Kettering into a state where they were just 1 round away from tying things up, and they already have somewhat good control over towards that window leading into play, where Rapid was lying in wait, and Bucka will make sure they stay for the remainder of this round.
Nice opener found by Kettering, removing Rapid from playing down below. Always having a vertical player for a bomb site like kids and dorms can be really beneficial if no one's clearing out that first floor. That could be a good way to stop a plant from going down if Kettering are allowed to do so, but also allows the nades to really shine into effect across the bomb site. Derp wasn't even playing below. He was out by the big window, but still gets that kill onto Salty Boy. Toxic Babe already expended. He only has 1 remaining with 1:30 to go. And oh my goodness, Omai's got no clue. Nezzy lost his life because Prisma was just sneaking inside of Armory, still on his drone. Kettering up by 3 whole players as they're knocking on the doorstep of kids and dorms.
Maybe stop playing on your phone too much. It's ruining this round. St. Clair College need to get off the Subway Surfers clips. They've got to adjust. You got to get stimulated, I know, but you got to find some sort of kill and impact in this round. It's falling apart. Terror, the second to last to fall here for St. Clair College. Blunk is the last denominator of success, and it may not be for too much longer. Their position entirely known. Look where Prismo is. Even if they were to get through the door, their life would have been forfeited just as quick. You're playing to die there, and it happened, well, about as quick as anticipated. A solid round result for Kettering, who tie things back up now, saying, hey, we may have looked a little poor when it came to the first start of the second half, but we can still dog with the best of them.
Now St. Clair, their round advantage of 2 removed by Kettering after having a pretty solid 9th and 10th round. Going into the second half, they'll go back down below, and this was a really taxing bomb site for Kettering to clear through because of all that utility we saw brought out by St. Clair the first time they picked this bomb site. And they're doing almost the exact same thing of not adding even more utility. Instead of having Nezzy on the Malusi, they have them on Alibi in order to bring out a second deployable shield, which is going to be really difficult for Kettering to clear out unless they bring, multiple sets of grenades, which luckily they do, and maybe some ranged self-destruction, which Bucka also is running on the Ash. So their lineup isn't bad given the composition that, St. Clair have, don't get me wrong, but with there being so much utility overall for St. Clair, Kettering have to play perfectly in order to get through every single chunk of util that they have. And if they mess up at one juncture in this road, that could just give a small opportunity for St. Clair to, still play in a power spot, win a gunfight, and maybe get match point even on Oregon.
Kettering had a big problem when they tried to diversify their approach from the initial 4 players, or, well, I think they moved 2 over to rear stage. The 3 players that they were holding in through Freezer and Laundry, they left just 1 in Laundry and they sent 2 through Freezer, and the only kill they really gained was a nade toss that went out and found a single target. St. Clair College, they didn't need that 1 player to get the job done. They cut down every angle of approach. Kettering couldn't step through the door from Freezer in towards Central Hall. They just had no ability to adapt on the fly. And it didn't feel like they moved in tandem with the players that were trying to pressure from rear stage. They didn't have any survivability in Hall because the way they died in Hall was from a wide swing, was from a close swing, from a player that was mere inches away from the other side of that concrete wall who just caught them off guard. So close Kettering were, but St. Clair College had caught them off guard, which is something that they attempt to do, I can only assume, here in this round, but is shut down early. Rapid is dead. Prisma with the kill. And I didn't expect Prisma to find that level of success early. But now they can just step towards the drones. They've got control of rear stage. I think that's all of first floor as well under their belt.
Once again, big difference so far for St. Clair is that by losing that entry, it now makes things a little bit more difficult to just bundle up down below. But only 1 player, maybe not the biggest deal in the world. But compared to what we saw back in, what was it, round number 8? Yeah, round number 8, they still had all 5 players alive. So it gives a little bit more wiggle room for Kettering, and they almost make it up by 2 as well. Bucka just a couple of pixels away from landing that kill. Blunt now forced away by a grenade, but can't drop down the box in time. Perfectly cooked and placed by Derp to now make this really challenging for St. Clair in the final 50 seconds.
It's a 50-50 guess. Do you drop close side or far side? And unfortunately, their guessing game isn't clean. Kettering given a kill. Bucka retreating from rear stage. Nezzy has to take a very dangerous peek in towards Derp. It does warrant them some success, but the second one maybe a bit overzealous from Nezzy as they'll fall in the end. Terror with 2 back-to-back, climbing and clawing, hooing and hawing as best they can. But right now, Kettering have at least gotten themselves an even spot. Laundry swing to come forward, but Terror doesn't need that angle for success. Another kill. 3 now in a row. Amplify off the board and Prismo by themselves in a 1v2. There is a round to perform here. It would be here and now. Can Prismo handle the pressure? Toxic Babe is sent out. Is there a rotate made available in through this wall? There is a prone angle, just barely. Prismo has no diffuser though. No time, and St. Clair College are aware of that. It's just enough, as they'll now reach match point after it took them 2-round slog of losses, but they get there first.
Massive round for Terror as well. Despite having that mirror window destroyed, still playing in Closet, he completely stopped the Laundry presence and almost all of Freezer as well. But like you mentioned, with there being no solid rotate between that Freezer wall into the bomb site, it took a long time for Prisma to rotate back around and try to, just crawl his way through that small opening made by the Habana earlier in the action phase. Not only that, but also having the smoke and Terror then readjust and then deal with the backstairs presence, limiting the areas where Kettering could try to execute from and set up crossfires. With all that being denied, that basically punched their ticket for match point, despite losing 2 players from the very get-go. And that puts them back up in the round advantage once again, and now it's back on the hands of Kettering to win Kids in Dorms for one more time.
Will they be able to pull it off? Honestly, it's kind of a gamble. I'm not really sure. St. Clair College have looked pretty good. That last round was pretty much a one-man army. Terror just doing everything they could to give St. Clair College the best fighting chance and did just enough, but you can't just rely on one player round after round. It's a full-on battle, John. It's a best of 3. The series will eventually tire that player out, and the rest of the team need to, pick up the pacing. I know we're all gamers here, and we're used to sitting at our chairs for 13 hours straight with maybe 3 ounces of water drank in the entirety of that time period. but it still takes a mental toll on these players in this competitive scene, especially when St. Clair College are facing off against a team as tested as Kettering truly is. It's a tough battle. Can they win? I think so. I think this could be the final round because Nezzy's holding in here from Trophy, has an alibi replicated, placed in front of them. Nades will more likely not be sent, or the breaching round held from above could also be a possibility, but Bucka is going to go ahead and clear that floorboard leading into games, and it does not get the ability to clear that last bit of bandit batter on that side. It will only be one wall opened.
Luckily, that could be just enough for Amplify as Thermite to make a big enough opening to get in and hopefully plant that diffuser, but they still have to worry, of course, about this trophy extension. Nezzy finally retreating from that position, though, so a little bit less for Kettering to worry about. And it's another nade kill by Derp, I believe it was, just bringing back his KD up by a little bit here, removing Terror as well. It's a massive kill. He's been a huge X factor for his team, and he's on the smoke, so a lot of that plant denial is just down the drain. From one simple click of a button, tosses out the nade, and now it's a huge lead for Kettering, as they're still focusing on other junctures on the map as well. They have someone trying to help push in from Trophy from the top of Armory Stairs, and they have people pushing in from, I believe it is at the very least, Big Window. So it's not only just this main attack coming in from Trophy and Master, they even have someone lurking around to maybe hold a keen cutoff angle.
Raid boss dead, Terror's off the board. Kettering now cheering despite the victory not yet being in their grasp. Derp is out of nades, no longer able to toss them from behind that bunk bed, but they have a drone gathering a ton of information and clearing away a lot of util. Amplify good for 2, huge pickups on Nezzy and Rapid. Salty Boy off after the fact, it's just Blunk in the 1v5. Easily able to close it into the 1v4, taking no damage within that engagement, but there's still too many players to count, too many necessities at hand. Amplify will go for the plant inside games. A wonderful shot connecting from Blunk to the top of White Stairs, but not noticing the player close by and not being able to get the upper hand from within that games room wall, that closet that they're currently lying within. It is Kettering to secure overtime just enough to get the job done. Much cleaner that round than the one before. Shut down the raid boss. Everything after the fact's much easier. Rapid not being allowed to step up big is exactly what you need to see.
And it really wouldn't be a collegiate matchup on Oregon if we weren't going to head to overtime, Scott. It almost always happens, and I wouldn't ask for anything different. Kettering putting on a clinic in round 12. You saw the opening gunfight, or I guess opening engagement, go their way, which for the most part, it hasn't been the entries that have been necessarily, you know, the winning factor of a round. It's usually what happens in the mid game. If you're actually diversifying your attacks, if you have someone coming in from not just a direct approach, if you have multiple avenues, and if they all work in synchronization. Amplify on the breach, he kills 2. Bucka found a single elimination creeping up White Stairs that now opens up your breach player to push into the bomb site. And on top of that, Derp is still Big Window. He has not died. So with all of those cogs turning at the same time, Kettering have a perfect round essentially on that kids room attack. But in terms of coordination and execution for Laundry, that has been their weakest bomb site. So this could be another nail added to this coffin for Kettering on their attacking half, unless they can change something huge in this round.
St. Clair are the best team we've seen here for Basement. It doesn't feel like Kettering has really been involved every time Basement's been brought up, whether it was them attacking or them defending. St. Clair's taken every single time, and that's gotta change for Kettering. Kettering has to find some way to come back into this game, into this series as a whole. Twitch drone out through rear stage, just making sure nobody is there. Sorry, normal drone out through rear stage, making sure nobody is there. Default camera is still up, though. I'm assuming it just got cleared with the player stepping in. Prismo, yes, indeed, did do so. They'll lie down prone to make sure nobody could go for that cheeky rush. We said, who was it before that we anticipated may have gone for it? Nezzy to take that very dangerous approach from down within basement up the staircase. Not available, and St. Clair College looked to be taking a much more passive approach to this round in general. Nezzy and Hall, Blanc not far behind, and Rapid watching not within Harry Potter, but closer to that blue door frame, where they are currently wide swinging to maybe get some control towards blue.
Warden now in play for St. Clair. The first time he's been selected, period, in map number 1, could at least be effective for denying any stuns from pushing someone back. You could maybe catch somebody off guard if they have utility in their hand rather than being gun up, and that could net a free kill for your team if done correctly. Hopefully with Nezzy playing behind that deployable shield and sitting really far back, looking all the way through this highway hall, as most people tend to call it, looking at the bottom of Freezer stairs, he could net some sort of early entry success as Derp will pop out with that grenade. We've seen him play so many times by the back of Freezer, but it's a dud. No one's sitting there anymore. Both grenades now burned away, no longer used to break down this deployable shield, but Bucka breaks the head open of Rapid. There's the opening kill found yet again for Kettering as they're starting off on the right foot.
Well, they're pretty quick usually to get that first blood. The issue is everything past that. All the kills after that fact to just eluded them to this point. Blunt with a gorgeous little pixel peak swing onto Prismo from that rear stairwell. Not a chance to get a kill back. Derp may be finding an opportunity as a wide swing comes from that laundry side, but not available. Bucket will choke on the toxic fume sent out from the babes. And unfortunately losing yet another player. Wonderful play by Illusion, though. Finally gaining control of Pillar and using that to swing in through Hall. 2 kills netted. Amplify back with one more and a Salty Boy. It's Terror. They've gotten a 3K and a 4K before. Can they repeat the same successes? Nitrocell tossed this one too short. Hits the rooftops too soon. And will unfortunately not be allowed to find its target. They'll swing wide onto Derp. Not a chance. And though they do spot Illusion, the hasty retreat is made, and there is Terror still left to wonder what they can do here. Will the first round of this OT fall in favor of Kettering? It will. Concluded. Guaranteed. And finally we see Kettering take the round advantage.
And one of the biggest changes that was made by Kettering to finally win for the first time in map 1, win that bombs out of Laundry and Supply, was to not push down Laundry. Playing against that mirror window and only having the Habana to counter her and maybe a Twitch, sometimes it's just too much to deal with. So instead, having a bigger emphasis on blue bunk and backstairs, which was usually kind of scoffed at by Kettering, only having one person push in from that backstairs, that completely changed the dynamic of that round. Illusion can push down all the way into Pillar because there's no one by the barrel doorway being able to look down the staircase because they're focusing on bunk double instead. He can push down and find a double kill. And then because there's 2 people coming in from bunk double door, Amplify with the diffuser can refrag and kill the smoke. Now there's only plant denial by Terror, and he's still stuck in closets. There's a guy holding a cutoff by Freezer. A well-needed adjustment to win a round that was honestly make or break going into their defensive half, because now they have wiggle room of maybe losing their defensive round and still having a chance of winning their opponent's map pick. This was absolutely crucial. And now for Kettering, they also have to go back to Dining Room as a bomb site, which they have been flawless on in terms of them defending it.
And they defended it differently every time. Keep that in mind. It wasn't the same extension to Small Tower. Which I think they're doing here again. I think Prismo over there on the left just slightly peeking into view. They defended the first time with that extension to Small Tower. The second time was more of a default defense through hatch. They have multiple abilities to defend this point, which means even if their first setup here fails, they have a backup plan. Is the backup plan already set in stone? It doesn't take much to get that hatch working. EMP goes out, will clear away all of the denial utilities set up inside Small Tower. St. Clair College are making no problem whatsoever of clearing away Prismo this time. That shield lasted the entirety of that round, and it's already gone within 30 seconds.
Still haven't cleared out the player behind it, though. Prismo will linger inside of Small Tower, still burning about a minute off the clock. And their roamer up above is still alive. However, Caster Curse, Terror finally back in a positive light for the entry, is going to eliminate that Frost. And now there's Small Tower control, almost hitting the bear trap. That would have sucked for Terror, as that could have denied him a second kill, as he expects the aggression by Derp to work a refrag. Now the Jaeger's gone as well. Huge opening round for St. Clair's. They're going to have a lot more room to breathe, trying to get this back wall opened up and maybe securing that plant position. Here's Nezzy as well, just springs up. Playing in this top floor, he gets rid of Bucka. Now it's only the smoke of Illusion and the Aruni of Amplify to fend for themselves with a minute 20 left to go for the attack.
Kettering, where are you? What has happened? What are you doing here in this round? You are not existent. A complete non-factor. Amplify with Mark 14 taking long shots over, does tag Salty Boy, and we finally get to see St. Clair College utilize the OSHA shields to give them some safety and leeway, but everything's all for naught. It's just Amplify remaining, being quickly rushed down upon by Terror. Having a reload now. Does get the kill to their DBNO player they conclude for. but you have just no other angle to work from. One DB node closed, yet another. Amplify has made the job a bit easier. But a bit easier does not make it easy. Nazi is still holding that apex front. Not a chance. Kettering, non-existent in this round, and just the worst kind of performance you would expect from a team like that in an OT scenario.
Really jarring as well to not have your smoke play for Plantanal. He's downstairs in freezer. That just does not seem right at all. When you know they're going to go for a direct take in small tower, they've done this every single round. You run a Frost to stop that entry from starting off immediately in the round, yet you don't have Illusion there playing anywhere to stop the default plant by Dining Wall. Just definitely seems a bit odd for Kettering, but I digress again. They won this attacking round on Laundry, so they can at least have another chance at winning Oregon, but they have to go here again. And now for St. Clair, they realize, okay, our bunker strategy of having everyone play down below is not working out. Let's change things up. Let's have a couple of roamers now in place, specifically Terror playing Vigil. He has the ability of just denying any kind of info you see in the early round and maybe getting an opening kill off of that, but maybe based on the other operators that are in the round, like Nezi or Rapid, maybe you could see other roamers coming to assist him. I don't think that's a bad idea, and we might be seeing that as Nezi is also playing up above, so it won't be instant map control for Kettering, so a lot more time and resources could be wasted because of this. I like this adjustment here by St. Clair.
Nezi's holding up within the games room window. Kettering have not made any noise here in their attempt in towards this side yet. Looks like they'll take control of Big Tower and really take that top approach first and foremost. Was it St. Clair College that ran out of hard breachers when attempting to do this? No, this was Kettering in the first round of the second half, losing all of their hard breach when trying to take that second floor objective. Thankfully, they just need to work a top-down approach. Unfortunately, Bucka is not bringing out the oh-so-historic skeleton key of the Buck, which Bucka has been prone to do, whether it be because their name is close or because that is just their go-to choice. We at least get to see some modicum of success here with the sledge. Great shot to connect. Terror try to go for the melee peek through that wall. It falls short, and Kettering will get a man advantage right off the bat. Terror losing yet another first entry despite having a very historic start.
Bucka as well, despite only having 2 entry engagements, period, in this game, he is 16-9. This guy in the mid round, you got to keep an eye on, as he can be your make or break for this map. In general, just match as well, considering how well he's been doing so far through the entirety of map number 1. Some intel being gathered by Illusion. All of Highway is clear, and there's a guy playing by Iconic and Closet. This is really helpful for Kettering moving onward towards the next minute and a half of this action phase. Even some utility moved away out of the pocket of St. Clair. They will continue to gather more and more intel as they're setting up for this execute, having a couple players over by Freezer and someone as well by the back hall, leaning a bit closer towards E-Box. Kettering now burning through even more utility, really telling themselves in this tower position. Let's hope things pan out for them in this final minute. They still have the man advantage. We've seen St. Clair refrag.
Twitch drone still going out for Prismo. Acting as a point of interest, Illusion barely getting the upper hand on Nezi. Big thanks to the information Prismo was gathering. Salty Boy hiding behind their shield. Pressure coming from that rear stage. They're aware of that as Nezi had just gotten the kill there moments prior. But Derp has a really good cutoff angle holding from that freezer door, meaning that they can't extend outward, but still Salty does it and somehow gets the kill. Down to 10 HP, however. This one could be costly still, but it's Blunt that is the next to fall. Rapid has only one teammate remaining, and they are very low, and their life now gone itself. It looks like we'll see Kettering survive map 1 by the skin of their teeth. A close map for sure, but they survive and they'll thrive. Hard-fought victory. 8-7 your final scoreline here with Kettering taking the win.
And a great half as well for both St. Clair and Kettering, but again, their opponent's map pick, Kettering winning that here today, that could really set them up for success going into Chalet. And on top of that, the consistency as well. The lowest amount of kills we saw was 9 overall for any player on Kettering, that was usually more their support players in that round. Besides that, you had both, I believe it was what, Prismo, and then also, oh no, it was Derp and then Bucka, 13 kills and 18 kills respectively. They did a phenomenal job refragging those entries, or also winning the opening gunfights as well, which from time to time did not set the precedent a lot for some of those rounds, but at least they kept things consistent, which, I mean, that map most certainly was consistent. 8-7, just narrowly winning that there on Oregon. I mean, it was pretty darn important, I'd have to say, Scott.
Kettering did give up quite a few rounds and engagements that maybe should have gone their way. Their defensive performance was surely lackluster in comparison to what we could have seen, but they made up for it with their attack, and they had to, considering they had to do it twice in OT, and they couldn't prove themselves defensively despite it being their best objective. They got swept. A really gorgeous play by St. Clair College to take that kitchen and dining near flawlessly and just really throw a bone over towards Kettering, who, despite the mental downer of losing their best objective, could perform something that they had been failing to do so consistently, heading back to that basement and had to take it twice in a row, which is so difficult for them, obviously. It's a good job, no matter what. Kettering, though, heading into the second map, will be sitting 1-0. If they take Chalet, they take the series, and they'll move on, and the same thing cannot be said for St. Clair College, but that map will have to wait to go underway. We'll do it after a quick break. We'll see you guys when it's ready to go.
Stingray too big.
Well, Scott, if Oregon, or at least Chalet, is anything similar to Oregon, I had only 2 maps to mix it up from, and of course I screwed up. But who cares? We got Chalet up next, and if it's anything like Oregon, second time's the charm. Maybe we'll be in here for quite a long saddle. Maybe even Cafe, perhaps, as well, if we see Chalet actually won by St. Clair, despite it not being their map pick. My name is Fel, joined here by Infernosis once again. And if you did not catch what we just distributed on last map, it was a nail-biter 8-7 victory with Kettering taking their opponent's map pick on Oregon to start things off the right way for them in round number 8 of the NACE Star League Spring Playoffs for Rainbow Six Siege. And Scott, what are your thoughts going into your favorite map of Chalet for today?
My biggest thought is kind of surprised you still messed up the intro despite spending the last 5 minutes practicing it just over and over and over.
We did not. You're giving me too much credit, dog. I appreciate you, but no, I did not.
We saw a really good showcase from Kettering, but we also saw some really big downers from Kettering. I was a little bit disappointed with their performance against a team like St. Clair College, who, while yes, is a solid team, they're sitting middle of the pack, and they're typically considered a middle of the pack collegiate team. Kettering's considered a top 4. They're considered one of the best, and they just didn't really showcase that. And yes, Oregon is the map where you're expecting teams that are good to perform more similar to some of the other teams. As Intero says best, it's where good teams go to die. It gives the best chance to the opposing team that may be less clinically talented to somehow pull off at least a close map or maybe an upset on that map. But Kettering were able to pull through despite all the obstacles in their way, and there were quite a few, and it was mostly themselves in the process. I know how it is to fall over your own feet, but they really did do so, and they're going to have to really close that up here as they move over to Chalet.
Running out with band number 1, it's another Flores. Not too surprised, because there was still a very heavy emphasis on clearing out that utility. You see on almost every bomb site for Chalet some sort of extension. If you're going to dining room and kitchen, you extend up above into master and office. If you see the map of bar and games, you see an extension up above into the top of blue stairs, library, mezzanine. Derp is going complete schizophrenic, just like me in my introduction. So guess that makes sense. I feel that one there. And for the other bomb site of snowmobile and wine, you tend to see more or less a roam extension, not so much utility focused on the top or middle floor, but still people playing up above. So having that Flores removed makes sense. Same thing applies to the Nook and Azami. You have a lot of roamers across the map. You would like to have a lurking role as a Nook in play, and Azami, with Flores being gone, less utility you have to worry about on the attack. So far, bans are pretty good for this map, I'd say.
It's standard. It's pretty much what you would anticipate. Nook was banned before on the matchup we had on Thursday. I believe the Solus was as well. It may have been the Mira instead, in all honesty. I can't remember entirely. But I do remember that when a Flores is banned, Azami is going to be not far behind. It's pretty much a guaranteed 1-2. It's like the Thatcher and Mira back in the day, the Thatcher and Valkyrie back in the day. You were just going to do it. It was just going to happen. Thatcher was your go-to. Valkyrie's your go-to. And while some things have changed, Thatcher, some things have not. Mira and Valkyrie. St. Clair College, though, they'll start off on the defense. Back when this map came into the pool specifically, it was very attacker favored. It has fallen back quite a bit in recent time. And in fact, I believe defense is slightly favored by like 7% or something like that now. So there is some slight changes that have been made throughout the meta, and of course playstyles that have fallen things back. But you know how it is. The collegiate scene, with the trickle-down stratonomics that takes place of having to go from pro to semi to collegiate, it takes a while for it to catch up. Maybe the collegiate scene's still very attacker favored, and maybe Kettering give themselves an early lead.
We'll have to see on this first half. Typically, could just be Kettering sided as well, considering it is their map pick. Like we talked about, those extensions that are oh so common on this map, I would assume are here for St. Clair as well. Yeah, Nezzy is all the way up above. Tend to see that a lot when defending Snowmobile and Garage. You want to just have someone roaming across the map, wasting as much time as they can, maybe, getting a couple kills in the process as well. And besides that, I don't think there's anyone else above. And Kettering might try to ignore some of that top floor extension. They might try to get inside of Trophy Room and go for a west main approach while also having some control of Big Garage to get some of those long angles opened up into the bomb site. But they're not doing a full top to bottom clear, so that's going to spare them a lot when it comes to pushing in for that execute and maybe allowing them to get more opportunities to burn through utility properly, and then of course working picks to get that plant down.
Terp sitting inside West Main entrance, use their Gemini replicator to go and head down the West Main stairs and pivot in through Garage. Make sure there's no player currently lying within through Big Garage and maybe move over to Snowmobile once they at least give some intel. That's why drones are there as well. Terror is doing what St. Clair College do best, prone angles, and just playing within the same exact position. Missing the second drone, though, that's why you bring two. Can't catch them all. It's not like a Pokemon game. But what you can do is toss a bit of util out towards those ADSs and try to burn them away as best you can. Bucka now over through the Fireplace main hall, maybe looking to open up some of these floorboards a bit further. That's why you bring the breaching charges and the breaching rounds. What a play, though, from that far side near Big Garage. It's reels netted for Kettering. Derp being the main facilitator of two of them, one with an 8, second with a gun up engagement.
Well, Nezzy, he's there on the flank, pardon, but it might be a little too late in this round. Scott only 1 kill, still that 4 versus 2, and that utility is now removed the deployable shield, allowing Amplify to get in and get this plant down, and the hatch has been closed by the defense by a reinforcement, so he doesn't have to worry about anyone playing on that vertical. He gets the plant down for free. It's now a 2 versus 3 retake for the defense. Make it now a 2v1, though, and a 1 versus 1 as well. Amplify, a very necessary trade to try to hop back outside, but Nezzy catches him from the backside. A triple kill for the Jaeger, and I guess the flank was just in time to salvage the round for St. Clair.
It's a misguided rotate attempt there for Amplify to try to step back over through boiler and maintenance and just try to play from there. Terrible idea, though. Wrong timing, wrong place. They even realized it was a poor decision. They were trying to play as far right as they could on that breach to make sure that they maybe couldn't be spotted from Nezzy swinging out through Blue Hall. It's not going to happen. You're a 1v1. Play on site, play gun engagement, play that back wall. That's exactly what you need to do. When you plant, you're now the defense. That objective, that space that you've created for yourself, you need to act as if you are on the defensive side. You can even use the defense's utility against them. If there's a shield there, it's your shield now. St. Clair College have no right to take it. You gotta play smart. And a slight mistake will take Kettering from a very dominant 3-kill start with Derp taking 2 of them by themselves to a loss at the end of it. St. Clair College pull off what seemed impossible. They'll now take their objective all the way up to the 2nd floor and will attempt the office and master bedroom side, which is typically not done, but Collegiate still seems to really like it because we saw it 4 times on Thursday.
See it once again. Master up here for St. Clair. They are extending a little bit into library, so that's good. They're not going to just give that up for free. There's also some defenders playing down below, so if a plant goes down, if the Valkyrie's still alive with that Intel and C4 combination, well, we might not see a post plant like we just did back in round number 1. Kettering, of course, with the bomb site being master and office, it's pretty straightforward to attack it. You just get library control, push in through that mezzanine, get the master wall opened up, and then you could probably start forcing a post plant if there is no one still roaming down below like we just talked about. So they're going to start with, of course, the first step of that process, opening up these windows inside of library, getting some intel, making sure there isn't anyone trying to challenge them immediately. And then after they either, force back this defender or kill them outright, then they'll push into the building.
Buckeye has a cheeky angle to try to work from. Really, that's all we see coming out from Kettering. They're just trying to slowly but surely choke out the players here for Saints College. Just St. Clair survive it. It's a little bit hard to tell. Illusion still playing in from the backyard patio, that main fireplace hall door frame. Maybe looking for the possibility if we see the nades getting tossed out by Kettering, but Derp's already sent out all 2. That was the only ones that were brought forward by Kettering, which means it's going to be very difficult to remove Nezzy from this mezzanine position next to fireplace. Shields up, set up for library. They don't have the chance to take control of big window in that balcony. Kettering have run out of options, and it's been a huge time sink against them. St. Clair College have done a wonderful job of already knocking down over half of this round without losing a player and really baiting out a huge bit of that Kettering impact and util. But finally, some blood is spilled. It's Bucka onto Terror.
And that could maybe allow a little bit more aggression towards Nezzy. He worked his way down below, playing off of some of these red pinks to hopefully get a trade to still keep this advantage with the time, favoring St. Clair once they tip things at a potential 4 versus 4, but Bucka, he's got a solid read. There's someone inside a bar, probably hearing him via an audio call. And now both roamers, the Frost and Jaeger, are eliminated. 50 seconds to go. plenty of time for Kettering to still try and get this back wall opened up, and with a Thatcher EMP, it'll cost them basically no extra utility, no extra blood, sweat, and tears to get the job done. Now they can start applying pressure into the bomb site and maybe playing off this man advantage to set up a post plant.
Blanc hiding as best they can from behind Piano. With the Flores not being allowed here in this map as a whole, it's going to be much more difficult to deal with that Piano shield. But they at least have the man count advantage. 2 players already off the board. Amplify is going to implant down the diffuser. So many of the toxic babes were sent to deny Ivy Hall. It didn't stop the actual breach in through that office wall. And the toxic babe, the last one sent, didn't go far enough. And though Rapid did find a nice pick over towards Piano Window, it may be too little too late. Kettering have set themselves up quite nicely. Nitrocil tossed out by Rapid, not good enough. Blanc, though, with the SMG-11, takes the head straight off Amplify's shoulders. I removes that player from there, but you got players on balcony, players down below. Bucka is waiting for someone to test them. The Claymore set up by Amplify does take one. It's just Salty Boy. You got 3 players to cut through, and you can't control the recoil of your gun. How do you expect to find one? It's over already. That goes Kettering finding a solid round to at least fire back.
Luckily able to tie things up after keeping things disciplined for that post plant. A complete opposite of what we had in round number 1. You've got someone playing below with intel, that being the IQ, I believe was what, Bucka in that round? Yes. He was playing there below. There's a Claymore on the diffuser as well, so even if the IQ couldn't be there immediately, there's extra coverage there with that Claymore, which found a kill in the round. There's someone playing by blue stairs, really forcing St. Clair to overextend to take a gunfight, and there's someone outside, so a run out would most likely need to happen, or a really good pre-fire by St. Clair to kill that person by the main balcony. So for Kettering, properly setting up for that post-plant position really had a positive effect on how they played the rest of that round to then allow them to tie things up. And oddly enough, after St. Clair got butchered in terms of the man advantage, they're going to go back to Master and Office. But at least to play devil's advocate for them, they did do a really good job of wasting time in the early round.
Can the time sink be enough for St. Clair College to, I don't know, do a little bit better? It just felt like Kettering, given those few early kills, were just barely enough to get the job done. Kettering was in a time constraint. 130. That's not how time works. 90 seconds were knocked off the clock. Over half of that round's count. And it took that much for Kettering to find any sort of leeway towards Ivy Hall. And to deal with Nezzy was holding that angle. Shield was too much to overcome. Thankfully, only 1 shield is needed here in this round. Or at least brought forward here in this round for St. Clair College. Likely placed in Piano like we saw in the beginning of that prep phase. So it may be a little bit easier to deal with anyone that could be over towards that mezzanine side. But they're losing the players to deal with it. There goes Derp. Doesn't even get the chance to get the nades out of the pocket. They're killed off first and foremost. And that is much faster, twice as fast of a kill than we saw of last round.
Ooh, another one found this time by Terror yet again. Rifle in hand. And ooh, what a one tap to really seal the deal in this round. Make it 4 as Bucka's got his back turned trying to rotate. What an impressive roar of a round here by Terror. Maybe looking for the ace. He's got info. Illusion's playing close by the main balcony. Not a flawless round for St. Clair, but maybe the 5K to seal the deal. And there it is for Terror. What a round on the Jaeger, just running around like a chicken with his head cut off. But no one's there to contest him, and St. Clair tie us up, or in fact take the advantage in the round count yet again.
Man, Terror has been easily the best player for the side of St. Clair College. Their performance to save the day against Kettering, to at least force overtime, as they pretty much single-handedly taken 2 of the rounds defensively for St. Clair College, to now turning it around here with an ace on Chalet, where Kettering is by far the favorite team heading into it, to deny them the possibility of a 2-round spree. That's huge. That's a big momentum turner. Then now transition, though, back down to the basement. St. Clair College have not flexed their prowess on every map, and I honestly think that's a technical decision that is solid for them, because Kettering, if they saw all 3, like you mentioned on map 1, could take their time out. They can strategize for every one of the objectives. They can create a counter play for the point at hand. They don't have enough visual. They don't have enough intel for how these could be played. They've only seen 2. Is that enough? No. Kettering will have to hold back. Now with the basement side in play, though, once again, Kettering, they started off strong. 3 kills. And somehow still, St. Clair College found themselves with a win at the end of the day. Amplify, my best bet here. Don't run back through a breach hole, play on side. That's just going to be my recommendation.
As he playing up above once again. Maybe that flank could once again be a Hail Mary attempt for them to eventually already find their 3 default rounds in the first half, like we saw in Oregon, which honestly did set a really good tempo for them going into the second half, albeit they didn't win their map. They sure as hell made it close against Kettering. And so far, speaking of which, for Kettering, this being their map pick, having a really slow start on the attack is definitely concerning, unless they, bring their A game moving past round number 6. Kettering opting to open up this hatch that could be used against them in the late round. But for now, it'll be advantageous. They can break that mute jammer on the wall and burn through a lot of utility that could have, costed so much time in the late round. So honestly, a pretty good sacrifice for Buck, if I say so myself. And that could maybe allow them to destroy the shield a little bit easier by Pillar as well. Not just opening up the wall to then look through it and maybe plant.
Derp has one more nade remaining. We'll have to keep in mind this is where we saw a wonderful attempt by St. Clair College to go prone in front of this door frame, and I think Terror has maybe realized that was misguided effort previously. They're going to fall back quickly and hold a bit wider of an angle at a further distance to maybe help them out as best they can. Shield is attempted to be destroyed by the last nade in pocket for Kettering, and because they've only brought 2 nades in these rounds, they are sorely missing out on a lot of the destructive util that feels necessary to give them a foothold to pressure in towards these sites. Minute 20 seconds remaining. Is 80 seconds enough for Kettering? They breached open plenty of walls and given themselves plenty of sightlines, and in fact have personally destroyed one of the Selma's halves so that there can only be a sightline available to them. Illusion for the refrag back to Terror, who just gets over-aggressive and maybe a bit overzealous. Prismo from above in hatch in dining, and it will be a kill netted for Derp, but Nezzy's on the flank. Spotted by Bucka, and another huge kill for Kettering, who maybe had a chance until Rapid snuffs out their life.
Still playing above, though. Rapid, he's got to come assist his teammate, but no, Blunk has 0 help in that position, dead by the blue doorstep. Rapid now forced to retake as Illusion gets this bomb on the ground. Post-plant position now for Kettering as Rapid kind of stuck in a rock and a hard place. That'd probably be a better position than this 3v1 post-plant, if I'm going to be brutally honest with you, Scott. So many players just boxed into the bomb site, really taking your idea to heart of defending this objective like it's their own. Even more time being burned away now. Kettering just sitting so perfectly, waiting for someone to cross through connector, and Bucka, the final kill for the counter. They eventually tie us up, as I did spring up a little bit from the previous round. They are still keeping things as consistent as ever, now winning on both the base of floor bomb site and the master objective.
Oh, tying things up. That's exactly where you would be for Kettering. Giving too much control to St. Clair is a recipe for disaster. Look at what they forced you to on map 1. A full overtime where you had your chance to go all the way through and say, hey, let's end it in 2 for OT. And you got emphatically denied because St. Clair College just showed you up on your own objective of choice. Hard to tell. The story is yet to unfurl, John, but we are seeing massive repeats already of a close half, much like we saw before on Oregon. And Chalet is a different kind of beast. Chalet is not the map where good teams go to die. It just seems like these 2 teams are actually level-headed against each other.
It does seem really concerning for St. Clair to want to go back to Snowmobile and Garage after they lost pretty single-handedly. Their flank player of Nezzy died. They couldn't stop the walls from being opened up. They didn't really have any other roamers besides that Jaeger, who was just waiting for the end round to make a move. So it might seem for St. Clair like their general map pool could be limited, and that could be something that Kettering could use to their advantage, as they now have an even bigger emphasis, I would assume, on trying to play for that post plant. They now have Derp on glass, so he still has those frag grenades, but also you have that infrared optic you could use to play off some smoke grenades by the hand of Amplify. But Nezzy, like we talked about earlier, he's still roaming up above, so he spawn peaks. Illusion is now gone, and Salty Boy narrowly evades that second frag. Now you only have to utilize these secondary EMPs to stop the bandit batteries from going off effectively, but only one wall to worry about. Salty, no!
Too fast.
That's the wrong wall! He had 1 breach to deny, and he guesses incorrectly.
Biggest mistake you can possibly make, and I'm sure the team is none too happy about the giant hole made in their defense. Smoke cannons in the hands of Amplify, though at least they still have those on the board, John. At least there's something still to work with that will allow for Derp to actually use that infrared sight like you mentioned. Nezzy, though, will take off Bucka, and they lose the skeleton key. Love seeing Bucka with the buck, but unfortunately didn't get to see much of it here in this round. And we only got to see 1 kill from it the round before. That does put Kettering at a huge man disadvantage. Amplify is going for the plant. Is there a smoke down in play? There's not enough of one because it just takes a Toxic Babe lineup and an even Nitro Cell after the fact to secure. Prismo from outside has to re-escape from that library room. Diffuser's out in no man's land. Is there a chance, John? It doesn't seem like it. They've personally handed that diffuser on a silver platter to St. Clair College.
Really no way to bring back this round unless a miracle happens. Kettering, there's the first of many kills they'll need to collect in this round, though, to maybe win this and get that round advantage 3-2. Plant going down by Prismo. No denial so far. Good coverage by Derp. The diffuser confirmed, but Prismo, he's stuck behind the trash can and finished off almost immediately by Blanc. Plenty of time left to defuse. That's the advantage back in the favor of St. Clair. Really odd for Kettering to decide to not only, not bring out a Thatcher, but also not bring an Osa for that attack if they're going to go direct like that into the objective plant by Snowmobile. And on top of that, why even bother going there to begin with? They've done pretty well, all things considered, going big garage every single round when attacking that bomb site. So it just seemed like a really unnecessary change up, to say the least, Scott.
Why does it seem like Kettering, they have so many strategies in their book, it looks like they're trying to flex them. Hey guys, look what we can do. More like what you can't do. It's take big garage. Take Snowmobile garage. Breach through wall and actually get a plant down. To be fair, the thing that put them at such a disadvantage, John, was the players that weren't pushing from Snowmobile. It was the players actually in the map. It was Bucka and Illusion trying to place elsewhere. It was Illusion getting spawn peeked. It was Bucka trying to play up on that first floor and gain control of the skeleton key. You lose that, you lose out on so much potential for an extra level of sightline denial because you don't roam clear, because you don't get away those extensions, those roamers for the side of St. Clair College. Jackal's allowed to be played here, folks. You can use your Inox scanner. You can use an Iana with a Gemini replicator. What was your Lion doing for you in that last round besides the extra EMPs? That was big, but if Illusion never got killed, it wouldn't have been needed in the first place.
Also, I think Salty Boy probably got unlucky. With new bandit battery placement, sometimes if you're like in the middle of the wall, you could get either one. Can't really confirm if he just guessed incorrectly or he tried bandit battering the left wall and it just connected on the other one. It happens. But regardless, wall being opened up didn't matter because there was just no one to cover the plant properly in that round for Kettering. Now they have to attack Master for a third time. I think they've won it. They've almost won it every single time as well. But unfortunately, the second time it was brought, you had Terror find an ace and just not allow Kettering to do anything. And it looks like we're going to repeat that. Terror, good for 2 off the rip once again, as he's just the GOAT when it comes to defending Master, apparently. He's almost got double digits just solely popping off on this bomb site specifically.
It doesn't feel like Kettering is involved in this series right now. Why has St. Clair College been given the leeway to do this? It's a huge mismanagement of players and potential. Bucka moves in from Fireplace Stairwell, pressure towards Mezzanine, finally deals with one, but takes a huge lick of damage from off screen. Tries to swing over towards Terror, but Terror is having none of it. Looking for their second ace here on Chalet alone. Someone sign this man. Someone take him away from the college scene, because right now he's absolutely whooping one of the top 5, top 4 teams in collegiate. Kettering have no answers for Terror right now.
Wall opened up and oh my god, Terror, there's no way. Just swings the breach, not a care in the world. The ace denied by Blanc, but the round win is still secured for St. Clair. I mean, the script just writes itself at that point. A clean 4-2 half on the defensive Chalet and double digits already for one of your players. I mean, that's just impeccable for St. Clair. I will say, though, Chalet tends to be a little bit more defender-sided nowadays, and especially in collegiate, if you're not as comfortable with attacking, given the lack of times you play on this map, that could maybe allow a little bit of magic to appear here for Kettering, but they're also picking Master, which, I mean, They do this like all the time, but it just gets on my nerves. This site is so difficult to defend unless you have someone like Terror popping off.
11-3, John.
Yeah,
You can add up every other player on the team. Every other player. And he still somehow makes up almost more than half. Individually. The team collectively, besides Terra, has 13 kills. I think is it. Casters try not to do math as best they can, but 13 kills,
And
I think, is what the number
remain.
is.
For what?
Salty, Nezzy, Rapid, and Blunt combined. It's 13 kills.
Oh, yeah.
Terra's at 11. Terra's 2 away from being literally the definition of a 4-man army. 4 people can barely equate to the value of Terror. Technically speaking, 3 people is enough to equate the value to Terror if you take out Rapid. Which, to be fair, playing Blackbeard, take out Rapid. You know, we try not to see that here. We don't do that here, is what we're saying. He thinks he's part of the team. It's crazy what Terra has done, though, in this series. An amazing performance on map 1. I equate I equate Terra to being one of the reasons why St. Clair College was able to force into OT in the first place. And then nearly 2 aces. Already an ace and then a 4K. Just a couple rounds later. It has been an unprecedented player brewing up out of potentially nowhere. But Kettering at least get a first blood here in this round. It's Bucka to knock off Nezzy. So their attacking prowess losing a lot of its initial burn quality, especially if they're having to deal with ADSs and possibly magnets. Thankfully, no Wamai on board for Kettering, but they still have plenty of flashes in the hands of Rapid. They also have the ability to survive an initial headshot with that Blackbeard shield as well.
Minute 20 almost gone for St. Clair, and they're still worrying about Bucka. An eerily similar round to the second one, where St. Clair were kind of dishing out a lot of punishment for Kettering not being able to clear out the same position. So interesting to see if St. Clair are eventually able to adapt, maybe trying to get someone like Rapid into the building as quickly as possible off the back of someone like Terror with those grenades, to eventually find that trade, or at the very least just get in mezzanine control so they can open up this wall. They don't need to technically get it over by the, inside of the building itself because they have range breach, but when Bucka can just start shooting you from this open window, it's really taxing to not kill him as he finds technically 3. Rapid dropped to the ground, and currently Terror is across the map, so he can't pick up the Blackbeard, leaving him essentially in a 1 versus 5. 50 seconds to go as well. He's waiting for Bucka to maybe over-aggress, try to get that confirmation kill onto Rapid, and it almost happens, but now he gives away his position and intentions, though most likely the round will conclude with Kettering slowly bringing things back into their favor, but St. Clair most likely, or definitely, they still have a 1-round advantage if they lose this round even.
Ooh, Terror was barely able to miss the headshot potential there towards Bucka. Just collect yourself here, Terror. Come on. You got 9 kills within 2 rounds. Come on, you can do that. Gets swung, though, by Derp. The 9mm.
Unlucky.
Just a bit too much. Unlucky. GG, go next. It's not a big problem with GR, go next. Good round, go next. I'm sure Kettering are plenty happy with that when they'll climb things a little bit closer to the foray. St. Clair College, they still have that run-round buffer like you talked about. But they're going to head over to the Barn Gaming side for Kettering. This may be a smart decision. They can't repeat, so why not just head over to what is typically considered the best objective defensively? I don't imagine that's changed in recent memory. The ability to hold down Library on that second floor, well, yes, can be dangerous. You see a lot of docks do so they can stem back up, even if they take a huge lick of damage. St. Clair College are opting for maybe the denial of an extension. Maybe they didn't like what Kettering were bringing to the table with their roam game last round. They'll bring out the Inox scanner on that Jackal that I highlighted that maybe Kettering should have done previously. And on top of that, they'll even bring out Terror on that Iana like is so expected of them. But it means that the Gemini Replicator can be used for more than just running forward if they choose to do so. But it looks like they'll switch off of that Intel operator and they'll go to a Zofia for possibly more so the burn of that shield at top of Whitehall, just to make sure that Ivy can't be held too hard.
Oh my god, Blunk is bringing out Grim.
I don't like this.
This is wild. Honestly, I think I'm gonna let him cook. You got 5 gadgets to just burn utility. There's obviously better ops to do exactly the same thing, But it's funny. Oh, there's no way they
Oh,
rush.
no
They're going
way.
to rush and use the Grim to make space. This is hilarious. And the Blinter gets bear trapped. A tragic start to this round, but luckily Terror avoided the bear mat, so he gets at least one for his troubles. And stock control. There's Blunt good for 2. Terror with the pistol whips around and kills Derp, leaving Amplify in a 1v3. How has this worked for St. Clair? It doesn't really seem to matter. There's the injure onto Terror, so he's off the ground as of right now. But for this post plant, it's a solid position now for St. Clair, and they've got 5 Grim launchers to keep Amplify at bay. This gamble has paid off, sure. They're leaving Terror out to die, but they're in a 2-versus-1 post plant, and they have utility to get the Jaeger either off the diffuser or at least have intel to know when and where he's disabling that case on the ground. Amplify looking up above. He's spotting someone who could still be in the bomb site, but that's only the injured player of Terror, who now feeds even more info that the Jaeger has dropped off the hatch, now looking to aggress. But look at the timer, Scott. There is just no seconds left for him to get that disable, and Blunt swing around the corner, a triple for him on the round as the Grim. We say let him cook, and by that, St. Clair cook up a masterful rush to keep their advantage up by 2.
We're going to use gamer lingo here. They got fried. If we want to go and alliterate even further into the cooking fashion, they got fried, plain and simple. Overcooked, burnt. They are unfortunately not even like the tasty burnt marshmallows you do when making s'mores. This one's overcooked to such a high degree that there's nothing left. Kettering got baited away. They play their extension silently. They play like they're defending that second floor to deny. And St. Clair College throws something out of nowhere, a haymaker, an uppercut, and then boom, she's out. It just, what a way to make that 2-round buffer you had climb back in your favor. Kettering had such a good performance defensively. To throw that back in their face with a round like that has gotta hurt. But at least Kettering don't gotta bring out their tertiary bomb site. They can throw this here, be plenty happy. They know that St. Clair College at least has an understanding of how they're gonna play this one. They may try to defend a little bit more for the possibility of that quick rush in once again. But that means they don't have to show their third choice, which means, all things considered, St. Clair College can't just make that timeout and reevaluate strategies for those points. They can always throw a random round and a random objective out of nowhere and catch them off guard. A backup plan, John, is what I'm getting at.
The insurance policy, it's there. They paid the extra fee for that. That's definitely a good idea. I'm glad St. Clair has that money to throw around. Definitely looks good on them, that's for sure. They will not be going for the same Grim Rush, sadly. Although it probably wouldn't work as well, so it makes sense. They will be having Terror run around the map with a drone for him to gather intel, so he does not need to slow down whatsoever. Probably use this Gemini to actually burn the Surrey gate. And yeah, there it is. Oh, wow, even throwing it into the gate so he doesn't even have to like deploy it and waste more time. That's pretty cool. Little minute detail there. That's pretty nifty for Terror and most of his teammates as they get a little bit closer to start knocking at the doorway of that shield up at the top of Blue Stairs. The only shield in this round as well for Kettering. So they're going to have to hope that these ADSs and magnets can buy enough time for them to hopefully push away St. Clair to where they can maybe fall back into Library and play above for a little bit longer.
Kettering used that first blood, unfortunately, against them. Bucka will fall, and that Mark 14 that has been so handily available to them, no longer there. Huge nade toss coming out for Terror, and it will zone away the player from top of White Stairs. The shield has already been destroyed. Not enough swing there to destroy and deter that Gemini replicator, but Terror's gathered enough intel off the back of that one and can maybe reevaluate their strategy. With that Ivy Hall pressure now being broiled up for St. Clair, the chance of a kill through that hatch is available for Dirt, but they just barely miss out on it. They'll take a dangerous rotate back through, and they maybe aren't aware that Terror is holding on Staircase. A wide enough swing, and you can catch Kitchen Hall off guard from nearly anywhere. Derp, DBNO, not a single frag back yet for Kettering, who seem like they're just willing to give this map away to St. Clair College against all odds and throw us into another scenario where, to be frank, the collegiate special may just come true. It's got to change up for the storyline.
The cycle continues for yet another collegiate series unless something magical happens. There's Nezio, the LMG rips and tears through 2 separate defenders, a triple kill overall. Amplify another 1vx position, and he's silenced on the bottom of Blue Stairs. Flawlessly done by St. Clair to get map point on Chalet. And there's a huge disparity between the 2 round counts. Kettering need 3 more in a row to at least secure overtime. Like we saw back on Oregon, it's not looking good for them whatsoever.
Kettering are playing terrible. Their lambs come to slaughter. And it's, yes, greatly helped by the 2 rounds that St. Clair got carried by Terror. If they hadn't let Terror go off for an ace and a 4K, maybe Kettering would have taken 1 or 2 of those rounds, if not both, and it would have been a different story. But because those happened, Kettering needs to play even smarter. If you let 1 through, okay, try a little harder. If you've let 2 through, by God, you gotta step up and step up fast. The job is already done if you give up, and it looks like Kettering have done that. They just look in shambles, Sean. They do not look like a team that has come to play in Chalet.
This has been the one saving grace for them. The bombs out of master, bedroom, and office. But a lot of that had to do with how well Bucka was performing on that roam extension with the Iruni DMR. And besides this round, he's been rather quiet in the scoreline. And compared to Oregon as well, I think he's only just above, half the KD he had in map number 1. I think it was like 16 kills or more for him. So only having 9 right now, sure, that looks great, but isn't really holding his weight compared to Oregon. Same thing kind of applies for the rest of his teammates. You had Derp right behind him at 13. Now he only has 6. Everyone else is pretty darn negative as well for Kettering. A night and day comparison to map 1, now going into map number 2 of Chalet. And St. Clair looking pretty good, all things considered, especially Terror, who has really not been quiet since the beginning of the second map.
Nezzy tossing out one of their pocket EMPs. Gonna go ahead and clear out that Surya gate. Good idea to use the Osa shield to break through all of it all at once and give you a little space. Punch through for the Osa shield that's used to cover them. That's a great idea once again by Nezzy to have placed that so that they do have control over that position. Look at where St. Clair College are playing. How many players can you stack in one small, tiny area for Kettering? A big nade, you catch 4. What are you doing? They're all together. You can just spray and pray down one aisle with the LMGE and be done. I mean, they didn't bring the Zofia this round, but an LMG just spraying down a line and Kettering a victim at all odds. Derp, though, nice shot connecting towards Nezzy. Unfortunately, not before they've lost their Yokai wielder of Echo, aka Amplify. So they've lost their in-game defense for the end of this round as a whole. And they've got pressure boiling up from both sides. I don't know what they're supposed to do. Piano window, pressure from Solarium. Crawling in is Salty Boy. But it's actually Derp who finds a nice kill into Terrell, shutting down the raid boss.
Going down, though. One here to cover besides Rapid, but it's still confirmed. Salty Boy now trapped, though, and there's intel on the player all the way in the back of Solar Stairs. 4 for Derp, almost 5. But Buck just steals it. What a troll. Both them securing double digits off that, though. And another round to keep afloat on Chalet. That's the bigger picture at the end of the day, but I really thought we would have seen 2 aces on Chalet. Derp was just so close to having it, and Buck took it away, but again, not a big deal. Maybe just some friendly banter after that round conclusion.
No, throw hands.
Yeah, 1v1 right now in round 11.
IRL. You guys know each other. You've been
each
to
defender has to do 1 360 with their pistol, and if 1 bullet lands out, then that's the victory. But obviously, you're not going to really... Not a good chance of winning that one.
Yeah, do it right now. Do it right here in this stage where the friendly fire is disabled for...
I'm going to spin my chair and try to punch my camera. And if I hit it, then we have no caster cam.
That is true. If I punched mine, I think I would cry. I'd lose out on...
You would be devastated.
I would be devastated. Nothing but I'd be like the Markiplier clip of running at the camera and just doing a jumping haymaker.
I love that gif. It is
such
so
a good
funny.
gif. Such a good gif. And it is pronounced gif for everybody out there. Let's look at what we're seeing come out here for St. Clair College. It's not a basement site, and yet we're seeing a fuse get picked up. Yes, they're going to play for second floor control. They're going to go top down vertically, so the fuse can still be good. But you're really relying on the fact that Nezzy's going to survive long enough to make an impact there with the cluster charges.
You would hope for that. At least in general, you tend to not use fuse to get kills, but instead remove utility that's on the floor below where you're cluster charging from, and also making space. There is a secondary note. For a bomb site like Dining Room and Kitchen, where you tend to play for a post plant, having cluster charges for the late round can also be used during the post plant to provide coverage, but not have to have anyone actively playing on an open breach. So there's a lot of options you can have with having so many cluster charges in your hand, and you may not have to use all of them at the same time. Even a fuse charge like we're seeing right now, just to make some space on this office breach, so you know for a fact you can open it up, maybe kill someone who's behind that half wall. It's a pretty interesting idea, and it seems to work. Buck is now forced to fall back, at least behind the half wall, and he's now really pressed between both this open breach and the doorway right next to him.
Will Bucker survive? Doing it next time on Oh, I'm just kidding. Bucka, though, in a tough spot, like you said. The hole has finally been breached through, and the drones are starting to cascade in.
What?
Issue is, Salty Boy gets caught slacking, and because of that, Bucka gets a kill. Nezzy, though, with the repeat back, Bucka may be getting over egregious, trying to swing from that soft wall side, or the short wall side, I apologize. Does even for a one-on-one, but in a position where you're essentially playing to die in that spot, because you've already given up the breach on that wall, going 1-for-1 is good. Derp dying afterwards, though, from a long range from that door frame, not so good. Putting Kettering at a man disadvantage with her already at the barrel end of match point with St. Clair College, looking primed to continue to send this one forward. You also got to be aware of the holes that you created yourselves because you let that office wall get breached, putting you in a rough state. Amplify, though, claws another kill in return, and that is Terror no longer allowed to terrorize any further in this round.
Illusion. It's been such an important gunfight to win. The man advantage would have been there for Kettering, and maybe killing either the fuse or Sledge. Very important for this bomb site specifically, but there's no hard breach. With Salty Boy being the opening death, there's nothing to open up the hatch or open up the wall. They've got to just, drop down through trophy stairs and hope for the best, Scott. Some fuse charges coming out last second by Nezzy. He's got one more left in his pocket to maybe deploy in this round, but Amplify evades the first set of explosives in the bomb site. Now rotates into trophy. No one by that window. He can play aggressive and wait for his moment to strike. There's Prismo, a long angle. The offense, they've got no clue about Amplify's position. This crossfire being far too strong, but there's Nezzy above. Prismo shut down. There's still the Tachanka to worry about. Plenty of stall potential with those Shamika launchers, but there's a surprise against one. But no, he wins the fight! That's massive! Illusion, a 1v1, but through the wall, he gets it! The double kill for the Tachanka. Kettering, one more round left and they could lock overtime.
What a hold, what a play. Kettering somehow dismantling every turn for St. Clair College, even when the first obstacle that they set up in their way falls short. Buckle for the 1v1. Yes, they lose Derp afterwards, but Illusion steps up big. But apparently, Illusion's a one and done. They just can't do anything past that point. They get the first kill. They get a nice shot through the floorboards they created from Solarium on that stairwell, and they can't kill a player walking down the stairs itself. Relying on your player of Illusion, your Tachanka, the Lord themselves, to save the day. And they come up big. The DP-27, huge clutch up indeed. Especially considering they had just lost that initial gunfight through the floorboards, like you said. That would have been pivotal to their success on the initial push through for St. Clair College. Kettering, though, one away. This is a huge engagement they need. Bomb site has moved down. Bar and games. And I don't see St. Clair College bringing out the Grim here. So maybe a bit of the standardization brought back, but Kettering will still have that ever-present fear in the back of their mind that it could still occur. And so they're going to play haphazardly in a bit of an in-between state of whether or not it can truly happen, or whether or not they actually need to defend like it's a no more round.
I mean, this lineup by St. Clair has worked previously. Yes. EMPs to break the Surya gates, ADS and magnets all pooled around that one shield above. Then a simple grenade or Sophia explosive charge to follow right after. I mean, it's just a really simple process that has worked well for St. Clair a couple of times in the past. And hopefully it works out for them once again to maybe close out this map before we see a round count that goes past number 12. It's really hard for me to count past that integer. So that'd be good for me personally. Yeah. I mess up, the number 2 between Oregon and Chalet. You can only imagine adding another number past 2. So this would be good for St. Clair. Close this out. Go to a third map. Oh, but then I've reached another dilemma. Wow, this is really tough for me. But at least the util clear is not challenging for St. Clair. Once again, Surya gate removed, EMPs deployed. Maybe the opportunity of throwing out that grenade once again. already starting to force back Kettering with just about a minute burned away, and that's it. The aggression and map control we have seen by St. Clair has been fantastic for this bomb site, and finally, the shield is gone. That's plan A done, but plan B, working these gunfights after the power spots are gone, that has not worked as Bucka scores the opener with that DMR.
That EMP was so beyond impactful for for St. Clair College. It cleared away so much against Kettering. All ADSs, all magnets placed there. Completely null immune. In fact, they sent out 2 of the stuns, the concusses from the lifeline of their Zofia, and it didn't even matter. Nothing was going to be able to yoink them away. Nothing was grabbing. The EMP caught everything. Unfortunately, Kettering caught a kill, which is something that St. Clair don't necessarily have the luxury they can say. Prismo, though, great shot. Connected Terror still has not been removed from this point here on White Stairs. Is it going to be enough, though? St. Clair College have plenty of time. 55 seconds left, ticking away in their favor, at which they could decide to push forward. But maybe they won't expect Prismo's relocation over towards side, as looks like Nezzy taking control of Kitchen Hall and maybe getting into a firefight here with Derp, who could have been there but was a bit too late, and they will find Prismo. Tying things up 3 versus 3. It's Salty Boy to Bucks. Derp has to step up big, but it's Amplify to find the next, but they can't take a second before getting fragged back in return. Nezzy with the long shots towards Supply. Is it going to connect? Nothing just yet. They take the damage in return. Though 20 seconds away, SCC haven't found the safe space. They can't step in towards side. Derp has an amazing cutoff angle. Damage is done. The headshot connects. It's just Nezzy. They must clutch up big. They've spotted the flank of another, forced them into an unsafe space. They can't connect for the kill. Pro angle held. It's a bit of their own medicine, but it's not going to be enough. Isolated one-on-one. Refrags galore. And Kettering will force OT.
That passivity at the very end of the round was just enough to hold on in that 2 versus 2. I was really concerned when Amplify just ran in the middle of Fireplace after he got the advantage for his teammates. He then dies, and it's an even man count once again, but keeping your 2 stock players so separate, so far away from the action, they can hold these really long angles. A nice 1-for-1 pick landed with an MP5K, and closing things out by burning away the timer essentially was exactly what Kettering needs. They lost 3 in a row, and brought things back with the same tempo. Puts us in overtime, and once again, it's Master Bedroom and Offices, which I think has been the most played bomb site now on Chalet. That's such a wild statistic, Scott.
I hate this.
I gotta ask either St. Clair or Kettering, whoever pick wins for the interview. Yeah, whoever wins this series, I gotta ask them why this site is so popular in collegiate. It still is.
Yeah, the good news is, if Kettering win this and they take it 2-0 in the series, both an OT might I add, even despite being the favorites going into this because of just how well known and how good they are, we can at least get to talk to Bucka. You know, one good limelight at the end of it. Bucka can tell us why that is the case, because it's not just been St. Clair College that's been picking it. Kettering's been in the same problem, sticking to the second floor objective. It's odd, it's wild. It's the worst timeline. I'm gonna have to ask Doctor Strange what's going on, because they surely messed up something in the multiverse.
Yeah, this is the one universe where you don't see. Actually, we have seen every bomb site, but we don't see as much snowmobile and garage, which used to be. He's got info. Saw Jaeger through that vertical. Falls off though. Smart decision by Prisma. Really concise play. Breaks a bit of intel, almost dies again, re-engaging for the drone, but luckily he does not get headshotted through that floor. Now Rapid will try to work his way up above. Another nade tossed out, but this time there's no intel for Terra to play off of, so he's not even close to meeting the mark. Derp got a damage dealt towards him, but he's still alive. Keeps us at that even man count, 5 versus 5. And now, speaking of that intel game, it's provided once again for Kettering with some yokais being moved around. In the same breath, St. Clair also trying to reset in this round by figuring out how much of the map they've cleared out in order to try and execute from this solar side.
Interestingly enough, St. Clair College have opted in the last few rounds to go for the Sledge and the Iguana, giving them 2 sets of nades, something that Kettering have pretty much entirely avoided, shockingly enough. Amplify bringing out the brick, finding its kill onto Rapid. That's Dan's title for that shotgun, just FYI. Time to lights. Bucko finding a nice longer shot over towards Nezzy. Doesn't need much. That Mark 14 has great range. Brick range true once again, and unfortunately Terror's knocked out cold before finally being finished off. And eventually Amplify will be dealt with. Now, a cheeky angle has to be pursued by Salty Boy, but it comes too late. The rest of the team has already been felled. A little bit of a sense not far behind them of Blanc. EMP is tossed far. It will clear away some of the util that's put in place, but it can't stop bullets. And that's where Derp comes up clutch, finding and removing Blanc from their position. Just Salty Boy remaining, the only player to find a kill in this round. And they'll need to make it an ace if they want to come up clutch here in this OT first round for St. Clair College. They'll swing in forwards 1, and somehow, someway, Derp still gets the upper hand, despite, I think, getting shot against first. It's Star Wars moment. Which one are you talking about? The prequel or the re-release? Because whichever one you watch, it's different.
God, I hope it's not the new sequel.
Ugh.
We're not going to talk about that. What we'll talk about, though, is how for the first time on Chalet, Kettering have the lead in the round advantage. It was, what, a 4-2 split, I think, for St. Clair in the first half? Yes, it was, because they won Snowmobile and Master in a row from round 5 and 6. So they've had the lead for almost the entire map of Chalet. And that eventually has changed. And we go back to Master and Office, the penultimate round for St. Clair. If they lose this,
I hate this.
they are gone. They are eliminated. I heard you murmur 8. This is the 8th time we've seen this bomb site in play.
No, I said I hate this.
Oh, let me count real quick. We had some time. Let me go count. We've gone here 1, 2,
I think it's the 5th.
6. This will be the 6th.
Sixth.
1, 2,
Okay,
3,
yeah.
4, 5, 6, 7th. Just kidding.
Oh my gosh.
So almost 8. I was gonna say if we went to round 15, we could have seen that bomb site played,
But Kettering
but
won
no,
it.
Kettering won it. So
Yeah.
so we cannot see it
Thank
for
goodness.
more than half of the round count. Actually,
And out of every
Kettering
time
win
we've
here a
seen
little
this,
bit.
John, we've only seen Big Window held once.
Yeah,
And it was Rapid with the Blackbeard.
it's almost the same extent of when you're defending barn games and no one is watching, like no one's clearing out from library. There's no attackers there. That's like such a problem.
It's so odd, too, because it's something that you just don't expect for teams of this caliber.
Especially with Chalet being like so old now. It's a couple years old at this point. Hasn't received like any major changes except like maybe some lighting and some like panel adjustments to make it easier for players to know, oh, I can, open up this wall or floor here. That's basically it. But speaking of verticality, we're seeing that by Bucka.
Wow.
His patented operator. Nade, the depth charge deployed, but doesn't connect, but that headshot most definitely does. Beautifully timed by Bucka and the rest of his soldiers working in from trophy room. Rapid is gone, not having the best of days so far on Chalet, but hopefully keeping Terror and Nezzy alive, 2 power performers on map number 2, that could still keep St. Clair afloat, but a very tough task to accomplish here now they're in that 5v4 position.
You know I hate doing this, but I'll actually have to correct you here, John. It did connect. That nade did connect to Blanc.
It does some damage.
It did not kill.
Right.
Whoops. Whoopsies. There you go. Gotta correct you occasionally. It's all right. Skeleton key from the floor below, but
killed him.
I thought it did too. But it's Derp to conclude the kill with the G360 and Skeleton key itself. That is a huge man advantage for Kettering, who are looking to conclude this in 2 rounds of OT instead of having to go all the way like they had on Oregon. Nezzy is able to find a kill towards Derp, but Blanc is finally finished off, and Nezzy is 2 in one fell swoop, leaving just Salty Boy in a 1v4, almost able to drop to the 1v3. But Bucko will survive the onslaughts on the TCSG. Amplify plants down the diffuser, and Salty Boy has to escalate the situation. And finally, John, Big Window is held by Kettering. And look how much control you can hold from just one position on the rappel. Easy hold for Kettering. Post plant barely even needed, but they'll take OT. What a tumultuous battle between these 2 rosters.
And a consistent game for all of Kettering, winning 2-0, both in overtime, oddly enough, 15 and 14 rounds respectively, but a very consistent performance by both Bucka and Derp. I wish we could give MVP to 2 players at a time because they both had double digits on each occasion. Just Bucka narrowly getting the one up against his teammate of Derp. But still,
Ready, cast.
great showing nonetheless
Taking cast.
for Kettering as they advance now into the semifinals, if I recall correctly. And that leaves us with an interview for Kettering as well. So we'll save our questions for Bucka, specifically the team captain of Kettering, and we'll throw it to a little break and be back when that interview is ready for you. Don't go anywhere.
Taking.
Well, hello there. My name is Vincent. I'm joined by Birdie Box, and we're headed in to some Counter-Strike Global Offensive with the Rainbow Six out of the way. It's time for the best FPS game to take the stage. There's definitely no shots fired. Bird, how's it going, man?
There's no audio coming through.
Yeah, quarterfinals is going live here and now. And, our quarterfinal matchup, I think potentially one of the better ones, is kind of hard to say, to be entirely certain. And we'll get into the why, the what, and all the rest here in just a moment. But let's introduce the teams and talk about them before we get down into those details. RIT Orange, the RIT D1 team, which has unfortunately not seen a lot of the stage, at least not on stream for the time being, as apparently we have no audio. But Bird, are you here? Are you actually here? Oh, okay. Well, I apparently there was. Anyway, we haven't seen a lot of RIT Orange, the D1 team for the RIT squad. Ashland, though, we've seen a little bit more from them rather, over the course of this of the streams for Counter-Strike. That said, we can take a look at the rosters, maybe just peek at those and see what's going on, because this RIT Orange roster, they have some really heavy hitters. On the other side of that, Ashland, they're a solid team. They have some good consistency, but it's hard to know what exactly to expect. So RIT, the players that you'll want to keep your eye on, I mean, honestly, it's a very good squad, but K2 and MJB, the two most experienced players for this RIT roster. And on the other side, it's more Zeusmeister and Bluto, the guys to watch. Bluto, I think, is Velocity, if I'm not mistaken, as seen here. But nonetheless, a very interesting setup, and we'll hopefully see what goes down between these two. Excuse me. But yeah, Ashland, Ho2K, the in-game leader for this squad. They're both 5-1 coming into today, and I think that the big question mark for me is, well, is the third time going to be the charm? RIT and Ashland, they've played twice already this season. Once in the regular season, where RIT were served up their only loss in a 2-1 victory for Ashland, and then again in the conference championships, where RIT found their revenge 2-0 over the Ashland squad. And that was as well a point of contention, where RIT were playing with a sub in that first matchup where they did lose out. And so with that, Bird, I think you're back. We can we can get your thoughts.
So we'll resolving those. I glossed past a lot of what was said, but all I know is coming into this. Listen, I've been waiting to see these two teams on stream for a while, just because of how many times they've played previously in the circumstances in which this has happened. Right? It's insane. it's completely insane, to be honest. I think I don't know if you mentioned that we saw Ashland on stream previously. That was a good I would say a good match to follow, because we got to see Davenport doing Davenport things, obviously. But RIT, it's a team. I've had previous experience with these players. MJB specifically, I've seen Proto and K2 in the server before, and so it's always going to be a good time. And having two 5-1 teams meeting in the quarterfinals, it's going to be great.
That it is. We're ready to look at the pick and ban process, though. Last time these two teams met, they did play some Overpass, Anubis, and Mirage. And oh boy, we're going back to the same, Bird. That is the exact same map pool for the third time running in this matchup between these two teams. And the best part about that is, as I laid out, they've gone 1-1. Rochester winning their most recent matchup. It's the Ashland victory during the regular season. So I guess, to be fair, run it again. Why not?
Yeah, so not just that too, but okay, run it back. That's definitely the concept you could throw at this. But you could kind of look at this as a best of three, a best of threes. You know what I mean? Winner takes all. This is for all the money. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Everyone moves on. The winner of this will move on, and I guess the loser will go home upset. And I think RIT coming into this, they have a little bit of the edge, considering their last best of three against each other was played with that substitute player. They'll probably have a little bit more information as to how Ashland are going to come into this, and that's something we could expect to maybe see changes based off the backup. I mean, Overpass, Anubis, those are maps. It's really difficult to change up your playstyle, I would say, without massively overhauling roles. You know, like what players playing what bomb site. Barrage, not so much. You can kind of just say, you know, I'm done. I'm done playing Connector. I'm going to play short this game. I think that'll introduce some nice things if we do get to that third map. But first two, I definitely think pace in the beginning is going to be what defines it very early on.
Pace is a good way to start that conversation. I think that realistically, you know, RIT probably the favorites into this matchup. They do play Overpass, and I mean Ashland also a good Overpass team. It's the reason they picked it. But last time they played Overpass, well, RIT won it, and it wasn't just the last time. That was the map that RIT took in that 3-map series that RIT ended up losing. So the fact that Ashland are still going back to this map, even though they lost it in the last 2 best-of-3 series, I'll say it this way: I'm a little surprised, and I think that that's probably a negative. If you're Ashland, maybe they've realized what the problems are, and they'll be able to adjust equally. But at the same time, Birdie, for me, if you've lost twice in a row on this map to this team, it might have been time to try something different in these pick bans.
Maybe, but in the same way, you know, I mean, I was about to say if it ain't broke, don't fix it, but it very much can be broke from one perspective. Yeah, I mean, listen, if you're gonna take them down, why not do it on the map you keep getting beat on? You know what I'm saying? If it's gonna be winner takes all, make a statement. You know?
I mean, you know, listen, I love that from a storyline perspective. It's like, but I should be making that point, not Ashland. You know what I mean? Like, it's a little different when they're calling those shots. I mean, at the same time, if they call that shot and they make it, then I'm singing a very different tune. You know, I go with the wins, as they say. But nonetheless, a serious matchup for Ashland. They are on the cusp here. They definitely are going to want to show that they can be the better team. Because, well, last time they weren't the better team, and this time they have that chance.
Yeah, and to be honest as well, like coming back to that map for just a moment, that's really something that I feel like coming into the interview at the end, that'll be a really fun thing to talk about. Just like, why are we here again? What was the decision made to get to this point? You know, and the good news about that is that can happen with either team. You know what I mean? Whether it's RNT or Ashland, they'll both be able to give some insight into that regard. And I think it's time, Vincent, to get into the thick of it.
It is indeed time. Ashland, they're already past where they lost out last season. They got first rounded into the playoffs to Michigan Tech, and now they get to fight for their place in the semis. Quarterfinal matchup getting started, and already a little bit of a dink. A2 will be one-ting that one back. Then is Meister to do the damage, but does get hit with an aid, so it's all's fair pretty much, as they're about the same HP.
K2 didn't deserve that sort of disrespect. A little dink is a flyby, we might want to call it. But yeah, all 10 players live in this retake. It's a little bit untraditional, but you know, with that first try, the PC-50 and the USP starting to come alive as well. Locked out of the bomb site seems to be Ashland. Oh, and Zion caught between so many angles here, but needs to fight his way back in. It's not meant to be. That's an excellent round from RIT to open up this game.
That it is, and K2, despite getting dinked down, there immediately still picks up 2 frags into that one. Benji, a couple more, and RIT, a solid look in that opening round. But as you would tend to expect with a bomb plant, Ashland are immediately there for the force buy, and based on what's going to get purchased up, yeah, it's Ashland with a arguably better buy when it comes to the weaponry, though lacking in the utility department.
RT seemed for a moment like they were going to try to fight for playground control there, but backing off as Rancitron comes up through connector. There's so much map control being gained early on here. This is good news from Ashland, but the question is, how can they follow up? They've got 1 smoke left to get to the bomb site and 1 flashbang to follow it up. What do you pick, Vincent? Which bomb site do you go to with that?
It's not a good one. I mean, the answer is you really don't have the utility to officially hit either one of them. But I think A is actually can be the better option here, depending on how you look at it. They do have some good range available to them with these Galils.
It doesn't really seem like Ashland are really even considering B at this point, and to be honest, they have no reason to. You've got MJB hanging around towards water, and so the contact spot there too. Benji with the possible tap if you shots away, and Ashland, they're not going to be scared away. This is the intended destination as the smoke obscures vision towards long. Do they still commit?
I mean, I think you probably do, and yeah, through the smoke, the single flash, good for the frag at the very least. But Uni, 2 with that MP9 before Benji's taken out on Dice. It's a continuation, and K2 still alive on this site, but HP is very low. MJB popping out and finding all 3.
Oh, excellent timing from the rear. Exactly what you'd look to see. I mean, I guess that's the positive of taking water control, you know? You have all that information of, you know, they're coming towards B, what kind of activity we're spotting through connector, but it's also that quick flank, which we've seen many, you know, time and time again on overpass. It's such a frustrating experience to be on the T side. You think, you know, we got this execute, we're working our way in towards A, you know, we got trades, we're about to put the bomb down, and you get shot in the back.
Yeah, I mean, the timing from MJB just couldn't have been better. Little scout action there from Proto, who is the AWP player for the squad. Is a player with some experience, open playoffs. So, solid to say the least. There really isn't a weakness for RIT's team, generally speaking. They're all quite individually strong, especially for this division. So, I think Ashland are going to have to really deal with that reality. It's going to be a big deal as I say that. Benji, a little bit of a mistake on the audio cue. That could have been his death, but...
Could have been bait, too, to be honest.
Could be.
Scout here. It's going to be incredibly important to find some tags here, just in case these deagles do start finding impact. But, I mean, even last night's broadcast on the stream, we saw the deagles have plenty of work. It was actually outrageous how many ecos we saw getting one. Vincent, you missed out on that one, but I assure you it was chaos all around. As Ashland reconsider, they'll work themselves in towards B, and K2's got plenty of information. A Molotov to boot and 3 players here to fight this. It looks like it's gonna collapse, and indeed it will as the bomb goes down. Ho ho! What do you think, Vincent? 1v5 with the deagle?
I'm just gonna say, ho ho, no 2K.
Oh. Okay.
Unfortunately. Yep. MJB there, double kill, the help of that Molotov, and it was a crossfire pretty much impossible to break given the weaponry advantage. Ashland, they're gonna have the guns this time though. Not out of this yet. Ooh, 4 players towards A early. I think we're gonna be seeing some, I was thinking connector, but actually it's just straight up rush out here towards Fountain. Multiple players. Zeus. Oh, blind is Benji, but Zeus can't find the shot. It'll be Zion, though, for 2 the other way. The AWP player not going to be felled by anything but a rifle. Luto, well, now just last alive. A tough task, and 1-on-3.
You know, there's one upside to this. He's got the bomb, and realistically, all the counter-terrorists are split. And so, if we're talking avenues to get back into this, this is a good position to be in. You know, these are all 1v1 angles. He's got some time to work with still. But you got to pick your battles well in this sort of situation, because dropping even a little bit of HP sets us up to be a failure almost immediately. MGB looks to be walking between angles, might just be the first point of contact. Did he see him?
Yeah, he did, I think. At least it appeared as such. Maybe not, though.
Oh, no.
I guess not. Tough. I mean, he was just barely on his screen, to be fair. 35 seconds and ticking, though. This timing is going to be good. And Bluto tagged down, like you were saying. That makes it not only difficult, but impossible. That shot from Proto. Good work from Zion there. Just a couple of kills to trade things back and nearly equalized, but it all stopped at that point.
And what sucks about this is, I mean, now we see Ashland back on the eco once again with the Deagles. RIT, this has been an excellent opening to this game for them, but Ashland are going to start wondering, you know, when are we going to convert one of these gun rounds? It's really what's going to turn the tide, so to speak, and just haven't seen that sort of luck. I mean, I say luck, but Overpass is very... I don't want to say like predetermined, it's calculated, but you have to make intentional plays. You have to work at a bomb sites. It's very execute-oriented. You can't just hope the guns will win out, you know?
You can, but it's certainly not very effective. Yeah. There's always the opportunity to just hope and pray, but the effectiveness not so high.
Let me ask you a question, Vincent.
Yeah, what's up?
Completely unrelated. The mascots of these two teams, which one of them would win in like a death match?
I mean, is that a trick question? It's a tiger versus. I think that's an eagle, but
the eagle has like plus 10% stats because it's flying.
Yeah, but what is it going to do? Shoot a gun at the tiger?
Hey, you said it, not me.
I need that now. Anyway,
that anime.
Ooh. First shot for Proto is good, and MJB there for the help, doubling down. Ooh, nearly a third there for MJB, but Transium good for the refrag, that deagle. And, well, there were 5 of them. Now there's just 2.
Yeah, I'd like to see a couple more deagle headshots. I think this round still has more to offer, but with 17 seconds left, I think the round wins. It's a little bit too far away. As Yudi comes into the backline. Again, so punishing. You know, you think you're setting yourself up for, oh yeah, one of them's going to walk into a crosshair. Nope. Thought. It's round over. And RT with the 5th, too. It's just an excellent opening for what is not their map pick.
Yeah. This is very good. Now, to be fair, I did mention that both of the times that Overpass was played by these two teams, RIT did come away victorious in both of them, but it wasn't like it was that dominant. Like the last one, it was a 16-7, but prior to that, it was 16-11. So in both situations, it was competitive. Is kind of the point I'm at. And even, I mean, Anubis was near max rounds for both of them. So I think 5-0, it's not the end of the world.
I'm wondering what the opening score was for those games too. I like how this compares to that. Might have to take a look at one point if I can.
I might be able to find out.
Yeah, overall so far, Ashland, haven't really pushed too far to take some control, though that will come into sequence in just a few moments. MJB's got his teammate shortly behind him if need be. Vernstron looks to be the first to get into the bathrooms, though circumventing what is to be the two counter-terrorist players, as Ho-Ho finds that first frag. Benji to be the victim, MJB hiding that smoke. And this could be a playmaking player to change the outcome of this round, but oh no, this is information. But is it misguided? MJB looking for the frag, he's got it, but the ability to disappear here without the trade would be even bigger. And he does, 4v4 with water control. Ashland, would they convince themselves to take B off of this?
Seems reasonable to me. Of course, they aren't walking into a free site, not by any means. Yeah, Proto, that AWP, playing Overwatch. Great angle from Uni. Just does some damage, gets the second frag as well. Now everybody's here. MJB involved in Uni for his second of the round. 6-0.
That's really what this RHC roster's been so good at doing tonight. Just one player taps in, it's just the 1-2 punch. You know, Ashland can't really seem to stay standing. You know what I mean? The trades haven't quite been very consistent. The map control that they're able to gain, and whenever they take bomb sites at the end of the round, they just never really have enough of an advantage to actually make something out of it. And that's causing issues for them. And I'm wondering, at what point are we going to see a pause to actually change things up?
So I got the answer for you.
Okay.
First time they played, it was 8-7 at half. Second time they played, RIT went up 13-2 on the first half.
Ooh, okay. Are we sure this isn't RIT's map pick?
Yeah. I mean, more and more I'm feeling that the statement I made about Overpass and going for this for Ashland seems a little bit ambitious, but maybe this will be the change. Or maybe not. MJB, good for the one, but the spray does leave him wanting just a little bit. Zion's trade there quickly. 3-on-3 though, and that nade, that really makes this difficult because the bomb has been dropped.
I was going to say, this is the best chance at a round win for a while. With the bomb being dropped, it puts something into the mix for sure. But back into 2v2, Zeusmeister being on low HP, it makes this more difficult. Proto, watch what you're doing with that op as he flicks, for the kill, falling up onto the second. That's outrageous. I would not hit that. You would, though.
No, Ping would, actually. But
Ping? Oh, you're right.
Yeah, good friend of ours. Good with the flick shots, as is Proto, apparently. I'm not going to lie. That gave me some, like, flashbacks. You know that Fallen clip?
Yes! I know exactly. Yeah. You said Fallen, I immediately hit
exactly,
me.
Yeah. The one that Machine casted back in the day before he was a regularly casting
caster.
Well, I mean, he was always a great caster.
Right.
You know, just ESL trolling. But nonetheless, point is that clip. And it's some vibes there. Proto giving me some more vibes, so it's a bit of a tingly feeling right this moment. Those shots, very good. Going back for more. The long player now dead. Spots out another. Proto already got 3. Proto for 4. It's absolutely huge. A ridiculous round from Proto on the quad.
And that's why you buy a butterfly knife. The more you spin it, the more accurate your hop shots become, Vincent. I'm sure there's a correlation.
You know, I think that makes sense. I'm down.
I can't believe I hit some of those shots, man. They're just so clean. They're just like Ashley. It's like, oh, surely he's gonna swing. I'm gonna get the trade. Boom, dead. All right, I'm gonna get the trade. Nope, not happening. It's so demoralizing because then it puts you in the situation again. How many rounds have we seen Ashland come into the round with just deagles? It's been like 3, 4.
Maybe the third. Yeah. On just heads up play from MJB, just getting that spam down. Spots out the legs as well of that player. This might create a space here. Uni seems to be very aware. There was a flashbang, but that flash doesn't actually hit ZeusMeister, who's close range. But Proto still farming with that AWP. Got 2 already. Vinci will go down, but it's Bluto alone.
What can you do? MJP's just... I don't know why it's so funny. Just seeing the jump and the nade come over. I'm surprised Bluto didn't try to take the shot at some point. But yeah, so remind me, what was the score at half for that first map of overpass? 9-6?
The first one was 8-7.
8-7. Oh, never mind. Okay, so we're past that. Currently, we're on pace for that 12-3.
13-2.
13-2. All right, my numbers aren't doing too good today. Listen, it's the weekend.
The Weeknd. I was about to make a Weeknd joke, but we had that conversation about how you have no idea who the Weeknd is because you're just, I don't know, unaware.
Uncultured, yeah.
K2, lots of culture. Man has a spray down, the help of Uni, whose spray down's even better. 3 kills with the help of that damage done by K2. And ho-ho. It's more like, 1 on 4.
And this was their gun round, too. This was it again. They're coming off the back of the Deagles. It's like, all right, second chance, rush B, and immediately throw into the clutch.
I just need to stop you there. Why was it just rush B? Like, why was that the call?
They haven't done it yet.
But we didn't do that on the Deagle routes?
Okay, listen. So, do you remember that broadcast we had? You should already know what I'm about to say. I
actually don't. But okay, continue.
So, we had this excellent moment. We were like, why use big gun when small gun do trade?
Right? One. Yeah, that's fair.
And
that's
why do normal strat when you can rush B? I think that's Ashland's mentality, except they hadn't tried the rush B yet, and so that was the probing, you know.
Okay, they give it a go, and it didn't work this time. That's the mentality of when you rush B. Benji, nice shot and fall back, creates another 1v1. Now that's a solid position, but yeah, ZeusMeister. You need that trade. It opens things up for A, but look at MJB already up here at the A site.
Portal's still alive. This is a concern. If you don't take him down, he's going to be a thorn in your backside at the later stages of the round. MJB getting ahead of himself slightly, finding 2 kills in the meantime. Exactly how you want to shut down this Ashland offensive. They'll trade it out. It's into the 2v3, but once again, this back line, it's been opened up. Uni's looking to punish.
Oh, man. I'll be honest. Right now, RIT, they just look warmed up. They look ready to go. And I mean, I know MJB's warmed up. I only played like 12 matchmaking games with him earlier, so.
How many? I know you're exaggerating, but how many?
It was actually more than 8. So I don't know how many. It was like.
Oh my.
It was short games, short matches though.
Oh, okay, fair.
Yeah. We tied like 4 of them.
Was it your or MGB's fault?
I don't know. It was Matt's fault.
Oh.
Big and tall Matt.
Love that man.
Oh, Bluto. Oh, that's just tough. Walks right into the crosshairs of Uni, and this is an 11-0 scoreline. I mean, it feels quick that we've gotten to here already.
Yeah, what's tragic about this, too, is like, okay, that last round, the opening that they had, getting that 1-for-1 trade is arguably some of the best openings they've had so far here in Overpass. Which is crazy to say, but it even looks the way the round was progressing. It's like, oh, look, they have a potential route into the bomb side. Looks like they might be able to get the bomb down. MGB puts that to ruins. Okay, fine. And then Uni comes into the flank to make that, 2vx situation that much worse. But, and Proto doing Proto things as well. Ashland can't seem to get onto the right foot to get into bomb sites, to even have a chance at closing out these rounds. It seems like they're it seems like the clutch situation before we're even getting to like the minute 20 mark.
Yeah, I also just think that, I mean, individually, they're just not connecting some of these shots. That's a nice one from Ho-Ho, and Proto will go down as well to ZeusMeister. So that is a good look, but it's still a 2-on-3. It's still a man disadvantage, and at least the gun recovered.
MJB hears this. He's going to be more than happy to put an end to these shenanigans.
They're just always here.
Yeah, absolutely. And a minute left on the clock. Okay, 1v2. I respect this idea to, you know, screw the bomb. Let's try to go for more kills, but Uni just seems to be that much more aware. All right. 12-3, potentially. Ashland. They've got the money. All right, let me put my tip in, Vincent. I'm thinking Rush B.
I mean, at this point, it's sort of as good as anything.
Because the A players have just been so deadly. Like, Ashland haven't been successful at taking that A control, and not only taking it, but keeping an advantage off the back of it. Because, okay, yeah, they take the control, sometimes they get into bathrooms, but they've never been able to work their way into that A bomb site in a manner where RIT haven't been comfortable, like, holding onto it. They've had players in long, they've had players rushing through those smokes, MJB particularly, just taking those fights. Actually, need something different. They need presence somewhere else. And okay, I'm not necessarily saying rush B. I'm saying take water control, apply some pressure, make sure the rotations don't bite you in the back if you're going towards A. That's the first step.
Okay, I was just about to say, I don't know why Ashland haven't taken the chance to talk to their coach, but I think they did just take a timeout.
Yes.
We didn't get any information about it, but yeah, that's good to see. This is a very important round. Don't want to be losing out on these fights. A very interesting smoke right there. When MJB will get the frag on the side of that smoke, but Benji goes down in the process, and MGB going to fall back as well. So 4-on-4. This is, I mean, actually a solid look for the T's.
You say that, but immediately remember what control do they have? Okay, they got players probing in towards long. They've got bathrooms, but again, they don't have water control. Their monster lurk was just making sure that no one was pushing, and MGB in the meantime has done the exact same thing elsewhere. He's pushed through, found a frag, and okay, ZeusMeister finds the trade. But what is there to work off of? That's all the information for the side of RIT, and they've got all the map control to work off of too. Proto's still in place, and he's been such a nail in the backside of this team. Though eliminated now, this sets up the round. A 3v2 situation, and maybe the first post plant that we see where RIT aren't on the flank.
Yeah, and I mean, Proto in a bad situation there. How does he anticipate? Oh, just kind of walking out long with no anticipation, no coordination, no flashes, nothing. Here's the shot. K2 can't hit it. ZeusMeister is the one to manufacture this round, potentially a third on the cards, maybe by him. Uni, last one alive, will be taking out Zeus, and Ichi goes up, but it's wide. Flashbang to follow, and not ready for the second player. Ho-Ho just about goes down, though blinded still. It's the shot, and there's Ashland on the board.
All right, step number one. What's step number two?
Well, keep winning, but easier said than done.
It's like just ace all your exams, lol. Like,
yeah, it's really quite simple.
Yeah.
I always love that. Know all the answers.
I always love when people are like, "Oh yeah, just do the outcome." It's no, what's the process? The process is
the
K2 with the M4, 3 players fully blind. Oh man, the B rush. It's always great as an idea. You think about it and you're like, "Oh, I would love a B rush right now." It really flavors the palate. You know what I'm saying? The plate is empty, Vincent. There's nothing left to eat.
See, no, here's what actually happens. You remember that one time where you rushed B with like all Glocks and won the round?
Okay.
You know, but then you don't realize that was actually 1 in 15. So it's just selective memory at work.
Yeah.
We humans were known for that.
I mean, you know. Us knowers,
I don't. Enlighten me. Enlighten me.
Those of us that are knowers know that, you know?
Right, yeah.
Some of us are not knowers because, I don't know, you don't play Counter-Strike, I guess?
Couldn't be me. I do play the Counter-Strike. Benji also does some Counter-Strike playing as the backup of Proto, and Benji taking another fight. Proto will get one in the meantime, and Proto, good for a third. Proto just walking around here in Divider making moves, and, well, they are confirming what is now looking like a 14-1/2. There we go, MJB to close it out. And look at that, 19, 18, 17 for the top 3 fraggers. And Proto went 17-3.
the lowest fragging player on RIT is equal to the highest fragging player on Ashland, and it's not even double-digit frags. That is insane.
The irony is also it's K2 who is arguably the I mean, quote unquote best, I'm gonna say, in that probably has been at the highest level. I'll say like for the longest.
To be fair, he was also playing that B bomb site, and how many times did that get hit when it wasn't the B
Yeah,
rush?
Exactly.
Never.
It was just always the B rush. There's that molly. That's gonna go over towards barrel. Nobody there. A little bit of a stack inside of spawn. Okay, goodbye, Proto. Can do it with the op, can do it with the Glock, as that Glock goes burr. 3 for Proto. Another triple kill, this time with the pistols.
So I was gonna mention how many kills does he have with the AWP? It's a lot.
A lot.
Adds some to the tally with the Glock as well. And Zion will be another one to be the victim of Proto. This is insane. It looks like he's. I don't want to say that it's like a DM, but you know those like video game trailers where it's like the character POV has like perfect aim. It's just like
the best possible version of what could be delivered. Yeah.
Yeah. It's just like it looks so good.
Yeah. He does look like he's in his own personal frag movie right now, actually. I think that's the way I would describe it. Ashland, last chance saloon here as they walk in with a scout that now no longer has a master. MJB gonna have 2 frags, a third to be there, and MJB with the Galil good for 3.
He's hunting. He wants more. That won't be granted to him. Though that is information, there's one player on B that might just give them something to work with, as Uni does actually open up that bomb site. And Zeusmeister, this isn't the position you want to be in. 15-1, Deagle in hand up against 4. At this point, the thought going through your head might just be, let's get to map number 2.
You know, I gotta put MJB on blast here. He said it was gonna happen, but the fact that he's playing so much better against level 10 Faceit players, except doesn't play this well in our DMG games, is outrageous.
Alright.
Listen, MM is harder.
Ready, caster?
Apparently, he did say it was going to happen. He was like, "Dude, I'm happy to try harder in this game than I'm going to have to later." But I mean, that's the way it goes. I will say that unfortunately, Ashland just struggling to get into that game. Really,
Yes.
and I'm not to be disrespectful, but it really just was that everybody for RIT were playing well. They were clearly communicating well. It seemed like they couldn't put a foot wrong. And, you know, when the 3 players like MJB, Uni, and Proto are all playing, getting about 20 kills and a half, like, you're just not going to win.
Yeah, no, exactly. And to be honest, I mean, I was going to look at the time to be like, yeah, look, listen, we haven't even really been here for that long. And that is represented in the way the rounds kind of played out, too. There were very few times where we saw bomb plants coming, and the round didn't almost immediately end off the back of it, too. It was almost always going into the bomb site, or even fighting just for map control towards bathrooms. It was over. The B rushes as well, I mean, those are always like 20-second long affairs in the first place. And so, I mean, Ashland, part of me feels like they didn't really give themselves much to work with. I didn't see much depth. It was like, let's try to go for the safe control, or let's rush B. Part of me is like, evaluate your options a little bit more. You know what I mean? The water control could have been worked with a little bit more. We could have seen some of those A hits after the B control, but every single time it was just, let's send 4 players towards A, let's keep that monster alert to make sure we aren't getting shot in the butt, and then they did anyway.
Yeah, definitely. It was a struggle. I think that's just the best way to put it. Hopefully we're going to see something better from Ashland on Anubis. That's what's coming up next. In fairness, Ashland have been putting up good games on Anubis every time these 2 teams have played. So we're going to let them have a little short break. We're going to hopefully see them resurge in that second map, and we'll be back in just a few. See you in a sec.
Taking break.
Well, alrighty, with map number 1 out of the way, we head towards map number 2. Now, Anubis has been traditionally a lot more competitive between these two squads, but there was something traditional about what we saw back on Overpass. Bird, what are your thoughts? What could Ashland do to keep themselves in this game?
I think there needs to be a decent talk between map 1 and map 2 about what needs to change, because they didn't really seem like the players were on the same page about what actually needed to happen. I feel like there wasn't a lot of tactical depth to what was going on. Maybe that's a case where there's just one person with all the voice, and the rest of the players are able to speak up. Maybe there's a lot of factors. Point being, coming into this, stepping up, I need to see a change in direction. I need to see a multitude of factors come in together that makes the team look more solid overall across the board. We need to see a confident Ashland.
Well, I don't know if that's going to be the case. What I do know is that confidence, well, maybe not going to be the highest level. Wait, why is RIT starting on T side? Then they picked this map. Ashland let them start on T side? What?
No words whatsoever as the Glock's doing it, firing off, putting us into this 2v2 situation. I was going to say 2v2, but Zeus is still alive. Zion pumps off Benji as well. MJB, listen, did great in Overpass, but now this is a difficult situation to actually prevail, and tagging shots down to 7 HP, and the headshot will put him to rest. Ashland will pick up that first pistol on Anubis. I don't think they won either on Overpass, did they?
No, they did not. It was 16-1, so yeah, they did not.
Yeah. Didn't
yeah.
have to think too hard.
The reason I'm so surprised about this is that if you pick the map, typically your opponent picks the side that they start on. And, I mean, Anubis is now well known to be quite a T-sided affair. I mean, probably like 9-6, 10-5-ish. 10-5 on the worst end, 9-6 more reasonable sometimes. That nade's going to be massive.
What? Where did it go? I
don't know where it just fell into the void.
What?
Might be a free plant here. What, Zeus? That's your teammate, bud. You're not supposed to shoot that guy.
Oh, no.
They got a plant here, and the
Yeah.
fact they got a plant is just outrageously good.
It's a success. Absolutely what you would want for RIT, but Vincent, I'm a little bit concerned. I'm pretty sure in order to join like the police force, they have you go through like target acquisition training. You know how like
They do. Yeah.
they're like, hey, like they have like the pop-ups. Is this a civilian? Is this an enemy?
Right.
And then and then they go, why'd you shoot the civilian, you dummy? And then I don't know what happens from. I don't know. I'm not in the police.
Yeah, I don't know. But what I do know is that Zeus's tag is wait no question or exclamation point.
Shoot first, ask questions later.
That's how I'm feeling. Wait, no, not your teammate.
Ask for forgiveness, not for permission. That's even better.
Yeah, I don't know that you want to ask for permission to shoot your teammate either, ever.
Oh, fair.
All right, well, jokes aside, as we have a gun round on the line here, that Glock round in the second means that, especially with the bomb plant, there's so much cash to buy in. Even got a little bit, $500 a piece left as well.
I think Benji was confused with that flashbang landed. Like, would I have died here? A2. Oh, that's a good kill. Oh, find out a position alone. Looking for frags 2 uni. Openings towards this bomb site, and alright, team, might just be motivated to double down on this. They know they've got contact over towards both sides now, but they've got more information.
It's
At least
50
towards
seconds.
me. Yeah, I'm wondering, they're committing to this. Oh, Proto, fully blind, finds that frag. This is starting to collapse for the Ashland side. Maybe a save, but 2 of these players are damaged. Do you go for it?
I mean, on paper, yes, but in reality, probably not. Especially not now. Zeus Meister down. It's just Zion, who, unfortunately, the upper for this team hasn't had any chances to show what he's got on the AWP. Interesting conversation as well. International student in from Brazil, Zion, is a freshman over at Ashland. Love to see the international students.
You could consider myself an international student if you ignore the fact that I'm a U.S. citizen now.
Yeah, you were born in slash. I say born, not actually, but it's not the point.
Well, okay, so that's an awkward. That's a really tough pill to swallow. Honestly, losing that rifle towards the end. Because you could have said, oh, maybe we buy back into this. It would be a bad one, but you could justify it. Now you're looking at a force at best, and Deagle's on the board. Let's look at. Wait, this is really weird.
Ho so made the decision because he had
No money,
just like
right.
1,700, right?
Yeah.
So I understand why he force bought here, but like no one else did.
The rest of his
So-
team is not going to be able to buy it.
Yeah, they're actually only going to get 1,900.
I think so. I mean, definitely no op on the board, unless it's a glass cannon.
Actually,
for
1,900, they should be okay. Most everybody should be okay.
Well, we'll see how utility plays into that. Flashbang. Ho died here just a last round, and well, he's gone once again. Wondering if he's going to reposition next time around. I probably would. But opening duels, Bluto has found a way to trade back because they pushed him towards these water positions. And all right, see, now wondering how they can get out of this. The bomb was going to have to pivot in towards the safe site, and well, they've got a player into the back lines in the form of MJB as well.
How's he just? I mean,
He
I know
should've
how
seen
he
him.
just walked
Oh, no.
through.
He didn't
Walked
see
through
him.
mid. Well, now his position's certainly given up. Flash catches MJB, but MJB hits the shot, and it's all downhill from there. Just one player actually heading through that water area and canal. The other two going from spawn. MJB not going to expect a third. Just 11 bullets, and that's plenty for MJB to find his third. The anti-eco round works in their favor, and it's a 2-2 scoreline for RIT.
I've got no complaints.
That's high praise coming from you.
I'll take that back. Well, let me write my thesis on the
Oh,
problems of the
boy.
last round. Give me
We
give
don't
me
have a
20
month. We don't have a month.
or a full year in my case. But this is a slow opening from Ashland. Look at how passive they're being.
They're
Nothing,
terrified right now.
yeah, nothing towards mid. MGB, listen, you're looking at this from his perspective. He walked out towards mid last round and found a lot of success flanking the A site. There's no reason why he shouldn't be able to do it again. At this point, having found no contact in mid, that's motivation for him to do it again. Oh no.
Yeah, Zion will be felled. Ho ho. Oh, he's back again, man.
Third time in a row.
He's
Hey,
just
listen,
got to be feeling
Third time's
really
the charm,
bad.
just like that overpass pick, right?
Yeah, no, definitely not. It's exactly the same as the last round and the overpass pick. Oh man, it's like this round happened twice. MJB got the kill on the player at A. Oho went down to the same position.
And
They
he just-
slow approached A. Like
Just hearing that shot in the back, he's like, "Oh, there's someone there. I don't care. I'm leaving."
this time they're gonna save. At least gonna try. I don't think RIT will be all that interested in running these players down too far. I mean, one or two
We'll
players
see.
are one or two going to go hunting, but I don't know that they'll get there in time.
I'm wondering if Ashland will buy into this next round. Because part of me is like, oh yeah, and listen, you've got these two guns, right? Just do what you can with them. We'll buy into the following round, right? But honestly, I feel like there's a good incentive for this. Francitron, maybe FAMAS, Bluto as well. FAMAS for teammates, just come into this with what you can. The only reason I say don't do that is RT aren't really within economic dangers.
Breaking,
Yeah, like they're very healthy in that term, which I mean definitely will follow off of a 3 rounds in a row lead.
Yeah, this is interesting. Zion will get the op. Thrown over by Francitron, and
I guess they'll choose option A. Just do what you can with what you got.
yeah, I don't hate that idea, especially not when Zion, who hasn't had this op very often, will get the chance to come alive with it. Mine's Proto, who's dropped an op of his own. Could be recoverable later on, but right now, Uni and MJP, they are defending it well. And RIT, I mean, they're going to be committing to a B execute here.
We'll have to. In the back of the bomb site, there's players hiding. Bluto with that first frag, and it's a flurry of 3 of them actually to get in. But okay, 2 has found a way back, but on 1 HP. Oh, Oh, baiting out that shot too. Okay, the bomb here is really the big problem, and I guess even more so is that Ho-Ho's finally had success coming from that A site. Ashland able to respond for the first time in 3. RIT, though, not even remotely concerned. That was a bump of the road for them.
Yeah, they have maximum money there, but actually, the reality for Ashland is that round's a huge victory because of the fact that they didn't fully invest in that last one. They just worked with what they had, which means that, you know, an immediate loss, though they certainly are not going to be looking for that, wouldn't destroy them. It would be bad, but not horrific. So, nonetheless, an interesting approach. Pretty much everybody coming in towards E-Box. 4 out of 5 players. Shot. There's the op down, a double spray down, and Proto, he gets one as well. 3 swift frags on the B site, and it is nearly certain to end there. Zeus won't even get a chance to run away for the save. Talk about a pace change that worked wonders.
I continuously try to put myself into Ashland's POV here, and I'm starting to see, I mean, if you just ignore those first 2 rounds, we're looking at overpass symptoms again. Just consistently broke, don't really have a way to open rounds. Once they get into the bomb site, it's just struggling. The only difference being it's actually RIT on the T side now, but we're seeing the kind of converse happening. Just boom, the round, it's like over as soon as it starts. Okay, a rifle recovered, but RIT already in A.
Yeah, I don't know who it was, but whoever got caught with a knife out there while pushing, that's a bit of a yikes. You would hope that they would have the gun out whilst pushing somewhere. Benji, I don't know if he's going to check this close right angle. It's kind of, I mean, it's obvious, but it's not. No, he will. MJB as well. Going to find another. That is a round that Ashland didn't expect to win, but a round that they would have hoped to do a little bit more damage, find more than just a single frag. But I think that just off the back of what you were saying, though, I think you need to put a little bit more respect on Ashland's name right now, though, because this isn't the same as Overpass, because this is a relatively competitive scoreline. This is a situation where they've been doing good work on some of these rounds. They even won it. I mean, I'm going to call it an eco round, you know, half by round, whatever you want to say. Sure, the opening pick was the AWP, but they did well with the pistols.
Yes, and on that note too, I mean, listen, talk about respect. The only reason I would say I've been a little bit down on Ashland is because it's not really something they've been demanding at its RIT side. Look at how confidently RIT have been scaling up. How much success they've been having doing it. Look at that, a fight forced by the CT side of Ashland, but still won out by RIT as they continue to follow suit. A kill towards that B bomb side as well. And as they work their way in, MJB picking another victim as well. And this is really what I'm talking about. It's the confidence, it's the deliberate plays coming out here that just send RIT in. It's not that Ashland isn't a good team. I'm by no means saying that RIT just seem to be performing not at a different level, just making the right decisions, I'll say.
Yeah, they are certainly doing some good work there. On that note, though, K2 need to find the frag, will do so. Zion, 1-on-2, goes for the AK, and a missed shot there by Proto. He's going to give an opportunity, maybe. Drops his op there for a second. This. Yeah, Zion definitely going to stick it. Shots being fired. Zion just about. I think that flash comes out just slightly earlier. Proto probably isn't able to find that spam.
I wonder if that flashbang actually lands and blinds people too, because of the stairs. If it like lands right on the stair, you know what I mean? Maybe it like some weird like geometry thing makes it so that you aren't fully blind. We saw this issues with the grenades earlier on too, right? Where it's like, oh, a grenade lands on a stair, yet no one gets hit. It's like, oh, okay.
I mean, there was no stair in that one. It just should have been better, but yeah, same idea. Molotov, actually, I think that's slightly off where it should be, isn't it?
I wasn't paying too close of attention. Who knows? But I'm not noticing. Ho-Ho's not on the A side anymore. I think he's realized that that's not working for me. Hanging out towards mid. Now listen, it's a good place to be. You know, the sun's shining.
It's a good place until you find MJB there.
I'm blinding himself in the meantime.
Yeah, just a slow approach back towards B, waiting
There's Proto.
for Ants to, walk out. Get that?
Oh,
Ludo looking the wrong direction, leaving themselves exposed to the canal area. Zeus gonna walk out. One of the better individuals for this team is Zeus Meister. Saw some good ideas, but not quite there. Proto shot baited out.
he should live. Oh no, Proto losing that op is an issue. Not necessarily in the short term, but maybe the long term. Its rifle now dropped, and while RIT aren't too concerned for the time being, their advantage has been kind of leading the economy. It's what's allowed them to, when they lose rounds, to just keep going. So you want to be winning out these rounds and keeping as many players alive as you can. Though Benji's, listen, he's not concerned. He wants this AK out of Zeus Meister's hand.
Yeah. Though I want to say though, how many gun rounds have they lost? 1.
Yeah.
So RIT really haven't been losing gun rounds once they got the weapons out. So it is very much the fact that they can continue buying, that economy being so healthy, that's allowed them to immediately fight back.
Okay, let's talk win conditions. I think we're getting to the point where Ashland might be starting to feel the pressure. RIT, they're in the lead, I would say pretty solidly at this point. Momentum's leading in their favor as well. You mentioned the gun round situation as well. And so Ashland coming into this, I mean, this is a pause, rightfully so, because they need to discuss what's going on, right? They need main advantages, Vincent. Talk to me, what are you thinking? What needs to happen for them to actually start putting things in their favor?
Well, I think that number one, they've got to be a little bit more dynamic. They aren't actually trying to find man advantages. They're just playing passive on sites. And, well, I mean, when they weren't being passive, they were also getting farmed. But there is a middle ground where you need to be playing together in these moments, trying to set up some defensive aggression in order to get those opening picks. And so if you're spotting out, hey, man advantages, they're a problem, we need to get some, well, maybe put Zion in a better position to find these opening picks, for example.
Yeah, I definitely think it's a good place to start, and a place you can do that really is kind of that B bomb site, though it didn't succeed in the past. Maybe just going for that one shot of a flashbang, disappear. It might be enough to scare RIT from trying to walk into the bomb site and give you some more room to work with elsewhere. These are small things. I'm not sure if it's been a technical or a tactical pause, but either way, I think we're coming to the closing stages.
Yeah, I think so. I think there was a tact pause and then something else. Maybe they called it a second.
Maybe a double tack. I would think that I would say it's reasonable from Ashland, to be honest. Or maybe both teams once at a time. Who knows? It's not really that important. What's important is this first frag. Whichever team finds it, it's going to be the one to set the pace. And Zeus Meister, there's definitely a bit of a position switch up from Ashland. He was not playing here earlier.
No, and has been a little bit more successful here. So to be fair, Zeus Meister wasn't playing forward before. Was usually just playing on the site. They were doubling up at A with Ho-Ho. Now they're just soloing A. So Zeus was always playing A though.
MGB is so comfortable working around these angles, and Benji, look how aggressive he's being. Just putting a... Oh, okay. Eliminated there. This looks like he was setting himself up for something heroic. But it's a 4v4. We're still, I would say, relatively early into this round as we get to the 1 minute mark. And RIT, they've got some information as to what the presence is from Ashland towards his B side. There was at least 2 there spotted as Benji went down. And MGB is going to take that chance to, well, he calculated his odds, did the quick math, and... Oh no! That's so unlucky! If you just went for the tab, but we know how trustworthy those are.
Yeah, that's so unfortunate. That timing just was taking the extra step to line up the headshot and unfortunately gets bumped there. Roto leading the way with K2 on the site. Nice Molotov. That's would have actually forced out the player if they didn't swing already.
Ooh.
Little team damage right there. K2 wanted to get into a different position. Unfortunately, Proto has said no. This is going to be very interesting. K2 isn't going to spot this. Now the 1v3 and Ho-Ho, they have another gun round. It was a good trade initially that allowed them the entry in Ho-Ho with the 3K.
Okay, this is more of what we want to be seeing. Even in that like late round situation there, that 2v3, recognizing the circumstance of like, listen, let's not let that bomb go down, and even if we do, let's the advantage of the timing to actually close out the round before it gets too dangerous. That's good. That's more of the proactive decision making from Ashland that I want to be seeing. Let's see if it continues to go forward with this double op setup that they've got going.
We've seen double op before, even in the collegiate space, on the defense, on this map. It can be a very good wrinkle to pull out late into this first half as well. It's going to be something that I don't know that this entire RIT roster will be expecting. MJB going to be the first to take contact. Who catches them while jumping. Actually, probably for the best, as Proto pops out around the corner. Nobody found by France. Bluto for 2. Bluto still on the site as Uni swaps out and goes for this walk through the smoke. A 2-on-2 now as K2 has joined Proto for what is now a clutch situation.
Molotov landing his feet. The tick might have been heard as well. We'll have to wait that out. And no smoke to work with here, no Molotov to force players out of position. ZeusMeister will just need to hit shots, and with Proto falling back as well, this is an awkward situation. He'll need to go for these, a kit in hand, maybe some time to work with. We'll need to start clearing out angles a little bit more proactively, and as that bomb continues to tick, it seems like there's not enough. And K2 will confirm it. That's a doubled scoreline once again. Alright, 8 rounds to Ashland's 4.
That round, I mean, it looks very good, but that's the danger of investing in a double op. Ashland, they're going to have money, but they're not going to have money after this if they do not win this round. They invested heavily, thought that they could maybe find a situation that RIT would not be so much expecting, because we're going to see some pretty serious defaulting towards the A site for the time being.
Ooh.
Mid player down. Toho finding some aggression. MJB has been pretty much free to walk through in that scenario.
Yes. MGB's freedom to be able to find impactors really set RIT up for a lot of these situations. Him being gone early on really messes up the battle plan of RIT here. Now with 2 players down, this is perfect scenario for Ashland. They can just sit back and relax, let the utility fly in, or the players that follow ahead of it, and try to make kills off of that. Benji, though, looks to be this aggressive lurk, we'll say. ZeusMeister's just hanging around. The question is, this is a common angle. Leg spotted, not a single bullet exchanged as he goes down. That's it. It's the bomb site gone. This is a difficult retake to go for.
Yeah, even with the man advantage, Ashland are in bad spot with this. Quite a bit of post-plant utility, though I see that Benji's the critical role here. Has to get more than 1 and doesn't get any. Now very winnable with the op, the AK. Proto hasn't put much of a foot wrong. That flash, it's going to miss Uni. Now Proto tags in, but now Proto's all alone. Close range with the op, and Ho-Ho just too quick on the trigger finger.
I'm not sure if I like the decision to fall out of the bomb site as much as RIT did. Yeah, okay, they planted the bomb for them, but they left him in the bomb site with just nothing to work with. There was no way to trade him out, and with the way he came out, see, he fell off the balcony into the crosshairs of the CT side, right? So it was just weird timings overall. Little way to actually play off each other, which I think costs them there, which you really do need in a 3v4, so you can't really rely on 2 of your players just getting multi-kills to win out the round.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. Like I said, the critical member there was certainly going to be Benji in that position. Didn't work out. But now Ashland, even if they don't get any more rounds here, they fought back to what is a pretty reasonable CT side, actually. And this goes to show that whilst that overpass pick certainly hasn't been it, it's Anubis one. Well, it also isn't exactly free, RIT. It's always been a very competitive game. The competitive game continues here. So
this could be big.
Back, Ho-Ho has a spot.
Traded, okay. Benji to find his way back into this. And look at how Ashland are reacting. They don't really know what to do. They've got players on all sides sitting back in positions ready to rotate, and RIT free to make whatever they want. They had that contact play, and I'll mention too, a dangerous one over towards that connector area, because had the bomb gone down, it would have been in front of a smoke. Difficult to trade. But listen, that's the past. We've got the future to worry about, and it's RIT heading towards a bomb site with 2 defenders, and it seems like ZeusMeister might also be contemplating the rotation.
such a key moment, this entry onto B. One player here currently has no information. Well, here's the audio cue. That's going to be it. Proto spots him out, tries to go for the flash, but both players are blind. Uni there to help out. Zion Zomp rotates in, but it's a little too late.
One grenade, one flashbang, double op. You don't go for this. There's zero chance you can. I mean, you save this for the last round, surely.
Especially with that smoke down, but Zeus is still poking his nose in. Arguably wherever it doesn't belong, but he hits the shot. A little bait and switch is Proto. On down, Benji, though, making it a 1v1. Uni, the last player alive, up against this Famas. They aren't expecting a second player to be in dark, and RIT will have the round.
So, do you remember... I know you checked the halftime scores for Overpass. Did you happen to check them for Anubis as well? Or do you have those on hand?
I can get them. Just give me a sec.
Yeah, so I'm curious to see how different this is now, because once again, we've seen a very strong opening from RT and Ashland. I don't think they've found consecutive rounds yet this game, have they?
I don't think so, actually.
Yeah, I think that's really what's speeding them up here. I don't think that they're incapable of getting rounds. I just really think they haven't really been able to follow up off the back of it. Early openings towards V, though, RT just confident plays, max 7 towards Dark again, not having impact. Ho-Ho on this mid-rotation. Dropping here, if you could catch off K2, might be rifle recovered too, but no. Last of the half, and it's almost immediately over. Auto shotgun. Hey, listen, maybe good for the kill. How do you get back into the bomb site after that?
I don't know. All you gotta do is talk to Forza, because they love to play it.
Oh, man.
Doesn't work out so well. Yeah, 10-5. That is a interesting scoreline in that. Let's see. So, first half was 9-6 to Ashland in the first game they played. And the second game they played, it was a 10-5 to RIT.
So, almost across the board, we've seen things get more dominant for RIT. It's really the third map, I guess, the last time they played with it that made the difference.
Yeah, I mean, this ended a 16-14 last time out after a 10-5 half. So, like I said, this map, I mean, 10-5, that's not really unreasonable for a CT side to pick up just 5 rounds. So, this round, that will be it'll be probably a pretty important part of this. It's an A hit.
Good angle from K2, yet to be revealed as he does end up swinging out, finds that follow-up frag, but going down to the bomb. 3 players left on this offensive, and RIT, honestly, they could just sit and wait, but MJB in aggressive position, getting punished, the CT side starting to collapse, and they haven't even gotten into the post flank yet. Mid flank ready to activate as well. RIT in a bad spot.
Oh, and Benji, 1v2 now, 1v1, actually. The kit's been recovered. Plenty of time to work with, and a smoke as well. That's ridiculous. He's just going to stick it. The shots, they don't connect, and RIT have the round. Zion can't find it. Benji will be credited the 1v3 clutch.
You know, it's times like that you wish you could just throw your knife, you know? Just like throw it into the smoke, and if it connects, yeah, like MW2 across the map, just... And, you know... unfortunately, though, we're not playing Call of Duty.
Fortunately.
I guess, oh, yeah, never mind. I take it back.
Horse buy for Ashland, same situation, in that they have a very good purchase, but Bluto's already taking a lot of damage there.
You know, Bluto right now is the kitchen sponge it's been used a lot. There's a bunch of food debris on it, and you're like, I don't really want to touch that anymore. You know what I mean? Like if it gets any dirtier, you're just gonna throw it away. That's really what his health is telling me right now.
That is an outrageous statement. Bluto does not deserve that.
Oh no, Bluto doesn't, but his health does.
Yeah, his health is... It's been better. 6 HP to be precise. Francium is not much better off at 16. No, I guess he does have like 150% the health.
Oh. Essential multi-kill on the line here. Oh, late to react though, it's gonna be costly. SimGB not only picks up the frag, but recovers the weapon in the meantime. Where's that going to send Ashland? In towards mid. No defenders located there, but information now, it looks like MJB is going back for it.
Oh, and doesn't hit the first shot, but the adjustment spray is good for 2. MJB picking up the pistol and has a third. Showing off what we were seeing back on that first map. Could find the ace here. Just one bullet.
Pickup was a good idea.
Yeah, for real. One bullet, all that's required.
All right, 10 seconds. Bomb in hand, 1v5. These are the stories you tell to your children, but unfortunately, they usually turn out to be tragedies.
Yeah, you know, you've heard of Romeo and Juliet.
Have you heard of RIT versus Ashland?
No, I haven't heard that one, actually.
Well, let me tell you, okay? So
Yeah.
Ashland came back on map number 2 to win 16-12.
12 is all they get? Is that what you're saying?
Well, if you read the scoreline wrong, yes. So, I guess we'll see. Oh, what? Double, where did those go?
I don't know, but they...
Wait, that's insane.
I have no idea where that was.
I think that was, wait, I'm so lost. Where did he even die?
I can't tell.
Wait, okay, I think it was on the stairs towards water.
That's
I think a
outrageous.
grenade was thrown from mid, and I think a grenade from the B side or the A side. Sorry. Wait,
It must have been from it. Yeah, it must have been.
I want to see that later, but nice kill with the PC-50. Those are the ones you hate being on the receiving end of, regardless of how it happens.
You know what I've realized?
Mhm.
The P250 is currently trash can.
Like the trash can emoji or a trash can.
Both.
Okay.
Yep. It's just not good.
MGB? It's pretty good.
Pretty good, yeah. Very good, in fact. 13-5. Ashland, it's not looking like they're going to be able to find this comeback here unless they start making moves right this moment.
Yeah, what sucks too is if they don't win this gun round, they'll be right back to where they started again. And with RIT set up to be, I mean, getting match point, pressures, it's there. Ashland, they're desperate for a round win. And the play that gets them there, it's going to have to be something out of one of these players. Each one of these players know that, and that's going to be even more pressure added onto them. Someone wants to be a hero.
Well, from 0 to hero, that's the plan for Ashland. 16-1 on that first map was not the way to end things. Their season on the line here in the quarters. Grant's going to be making the entry moves. That Molly, though, makes it life miserable trying to go through it. Zion and Bluto just feeding MJB and K2. Zeus Meister all alone once again.
Just the disrespect for MJB to get that double and just start chasing. Oh no. It's just going for the last kill
Another
too.
quad!
Yeah. He's so reliable for these multi-frags. I feel like every single time we see him in the kill feed, it's like 3 kills.
Yeah, that's really been the case over this entire